Hi, everyone. My name is Drew Kular. I'm a physician at Weill Cornell and a contributing writer at The New Yorker. On behalf of the magazine, I would like to welcome everyone to the 25th Annual New Yorker Festival. Thank you for joining our discussion today. I'm here with the incredibly talented, always enlightening Atul Gawande. Before we begin, a quick reminder to please silence your cell phones and refrain from any flash photography. If you're inclined to post on social media, the festival hashtag is NewYorkerFest. We'll have about 60 minutes together today, including time at the end for a few questions from the audience. So you can submit your questions at any time during the event by texting FESTIVAL to the number on the screen behind me, and we'll get to as many as we can at the end of the show. This event would not be possible without New Yorker subscribers. For those of you who don't yet have a subscription, please consider signing up at newyorker.com. So without further ado, please help me in welcoming our guest, Atul Gawande. Atul Gawande is the Assistant Administrator for Global Health at the U.S. Agency for International Development, where he oversees its foreign assistance to advance public health around the world. Previously, Dr. Gawande was a practicing surgeon, a Harvard professor, and co-founder of Ariadne Labs, a joint center for health system innovation, and Lifebox, a nonprofit devoted to improving surgical safety. He was a staff writer at The New Yorker from 1999 to 2022, and he has written 4 New York Times bestsellers. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that he's been a tremendous inspiration to me personally and to many physicians around the country. And he's been kind enough to offer guidance and counsel over the years, including when I emailed him as a wee medical student many years ago. So Atul, thank you for being here today. You have engaged in so many different endeavors over the course of your career. You're a surgeon, writer, researcher, CEO. Maybe you could just start by telling the audience kind of what you're doing right now, why you decided to make this transition to the federal government.
First of all, it's awesome to be up here with you, Drew, and I'm so glad that you now occupy the Indian American doctor seat at The New Yorker. I have followed my nose, and it's taken me to really odd connections along the way, but I think the theme that I've been fascinated by is why we've had all these incredible discoveries in health and in healthcare and in public health, and I've wondered, why do we fail at getting it to people? As physicians, as clinicians of all kinds, and as a society. And during COVID, I got to join the Biden Advisory Committee on COVID-19 during the transition after the election. And that led to being asked by Samantha Power to join the U.S. Agency for International Development to lead the international side of our COVID response. And that was an opportunity I just couldn't say no to. I didn't know much about USAID. It is, we are the largest contributor of foreign assistance in the world. USAID is our non-military operational capacity for assisting around the world. Our biggest bureau, the Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance, is our disaster response, and the Health Bureau is the second largest. So I have 2,500 people around the world in the health sector in 65 countries. We deploy about $10 billion a year. Our biggest area has been around ending HIV/AIDS, also TB, polio, malaria, and then it's maternal and child health, but it's also keeping health systems going. And so the great surprise to me about this role was not only was I working on what I felt to be the biggest driver of premature mortality at that time, which was the pandemic, but also getting to think about and then help try to drive what helps us live the longest around the world, learn from a lot of the countries where we work, but also try to drive at scale, improving the kind of care that I felt I got to provide and practice in Boston.
So That's really helpful. And a lot of your work, obviously, has been domestically initially, and now a lot of it is focused overseas. So when you think about kind of the project of expanding longevity in the developed world versus the developing world, I think people probably have an intuition that a lot of more in the developing world is focused on infectious disease versus chronic disease. But of course, chronic diseases like stroke and cardiovascular disease are now leading causes of death in the developing world as well. And so are these basically the same project, or are there key differences when you're trying to expand longevity in poor or middle-income countries versus a place like the United States?
Yeah, you said at the beginning I've focused on domestic and then went to international, and in fact I've never made that distinction at all. I've been fascinated by the notion that in the 20th century we went from in the year 1900 the average American lived only into your mid-40s. We didn't understand most of the conditions that the human body could have, let alone know how to address it, like hypertension. We didn't know we had high blood pressure. We didn't know that it mattered. We didn't know it's the biggest killer in the world right now. And we certainly didn't have the tools to take care of it. And I've been fascinated by the fact that we now have doubled the human life span, the only species to have done that for itself over the last century, that we actually have the capability to have tripled it to a 90-year life expectancy. But what it takes is so we now know there are 70,000 different conditions that the human body can be afflicted with. For them, we've developed 19,000 FDA-approved drugs. We have 4,000 medical and surgical procedures and hundreds of public health solutions. And our job now in health is to deploy that capability town by town to everybody alive. And it's the most ambitious thing human beings have ever attempted. And so being able to latch on to following my nose on how do we do that? Like how does any society afford this capability? Where are we able to, how do we make it work? Me as an individual clinician, how am I supposed to manage all of that stuff out there? And then how does my hospital manage to deliver it? And then how does my state or my country or this world? I've been just so enthralled by getting to be part of trying to contribute as a clinician, as an organizational leader, or as a public health official. And it feels endlessly fascinating and interestingly challenging the whole way.
So when you think about, this session is essentially about longevity, and maybe it'd be helpful just to define what we're talking about. When we think about longevity, is it just how long do people live? Is it how long people get to live the type of life that they want to live? People have probably heard about the concept of health span, which is years of life without disability or disease. So which one of these conceptions do you think is most helpful? What are you really trying to promote when you're going about doing your work?
So I've tended to, let me say, it clearly is about more than just surviving. On the other hand, lifespan is people who, so let me put it this way. If our goal is, I see the goal as how do we live longer? It's a fairly simple goal. And of course it's how do we live well as well. But it's really hard to live longer if you also don't have a quality of life. And in general, we've not only extended lifespan, we've significantly extended healthy lifespan, and the two are pretty much in lockstep. There are a few places where we have work that can be separated, like in mental health, but even mental health is an important correlate of life expectancy. So at USAID, one of the things, so I get to have this experiment where we've been working with scores of countries that are largely low-income countries as they climb the ladder to middle income, to upper income, and seen countries that have really followed that stretch, and some of them have gotten to higher life expectancy than the United States. And seeing how they did that and what they did, how you live longer has been, I'd say it boils down to three things. Here's your takeaway. Option number one, get rich. The top 1% of income in the world lives on average 90 years, has a 90-year life expectancy, which means we have the know-how to help people live that long if you have access to the healthcare capabilities and public health capabilities available across your life. Now, if you don't have that option, option number 2 is have a doctor in your family. There's a great study that I love by a Stanford economist who realized that, so in Sweden, you get into medical school by lottery. It was only about 20 years or so, but if you scored above a certain level on your entrance exams, above that, there was a lot more people than they had seats, so they decided to give that by lottery for a good couple decades. And so that's a randomized experiment of going to medical school. And the fascinating thing is, compared to the controls who didn't go in, their family members had a 10% greater likelihood of living past the age of 80. So, and it was dose dependent. If you were a cousin, you got a benefit, but it wasn't quite as big. And nurses also, if you had a nurse in the family, also generated a match that similar level. They didn't randomize that group, so they had to do other controls. But the fascinating thing is that having someone in your family gave you someone to navigate. So they couldn't do the cause effect, but the striking thing to me was that the things they observed were consistent in the idea that you got somebody in your life who could make sure that if you had a problem, you were connected to the health system, that if you were on medicines, you were taking your medicines potentially, or if a pandemic happened, that you would trust and get the vaccine and do other steps along the way, and it saves lives. Now, for the rest of us who can't get rich or have a doctor in your family or a nurse, then I think the thing you can do is have a strong primary healthcare relationship. Far and away, that is the place that you have access to the most critical elements of what keep you living longer. That might be controlling your blood pressure. As a child, it might be getting your vaccinations, getting in for if you have a pneumonia or a diarrheal illness. In a low-income world, it might be getting attention to malaria. It might be around a safe pregnancy when you're in your young adulthood. It might be about recognizing that you have incipient diabetes and getting that under control. At every part of your life course, having a journey with you. So the answer isn't like the latest, greatest breakthrough. It is that we have the knowledge, it's just most people don't get it, or they do get it and it's too late, it's not in a timely way, or there's no consistent reinforcement over time. And the places that we saw, like Costa Rica, now has an 82-year life expectancy. U.S. has a 78-year life expectancy, and they have a fraction of our income. And I got to write about it in the New Yorker article before I started in this job, recognizing the impact that having a system where you had easily accessible primary health care and a community health outreach component of it that knocks on doors in a community to make sure people aren't missed for the care that they need.
So I want to talk a little bit about beyond what that was really helpful in terms of understanding, the importance of that relationship or that connection with the healthcare system. But in terms of personal behaviors.
And you're an internist.
I'm an internist, yes, exactly.
But you said you don't have these.
No.
You're in the hospital.
I'm in the hospital, so I just push them back out, and they come back when they're sick. But I'm curious as to, it's so helpful and simplifying to figure out what people can actually do and take control of in their own lives. And sometimes I think about big longevity as a industry, and it's now something like a $100 billion industry. And you can sign up for these clinics if you want for $100,000, $150,000 a year, and they'll teach you how to live forever. And my question is, do we basically know 90% of what we need to know? To your point, I mean, if you exercise, you eat well, you sleep enough, don't drink too much, don't smoke at all, and stay connected with friends and family. If you do those 5 or 6 things, are you 95% of the way there? Like, how is it that people are able to sell you a $100,000 product based on that?
So many questions wrapped up in that one. So yes, you just gave the formula. It is 100% true.
All right,
that
this is over. It's over, you guys.
90% is that each stage of your life, we know the big killers. You know, I said at USAID, we said, let's have one metric of what we're all optimizing for. There's the HIV program, the TB program, the outbreak response team, all of those things. And it said, our goal is, number one, reduce to as low as possible death before 50. So we would track now the percentage of deaths in a country that occur before the age of 50. And, you know, Africa, it's 60% of deaths are before the age of 50 in the continent. Now, it's variable. Some places as low as 30%, others are 75%. In the United States, we're at 10%. So that indicates some degree of how far we can go. But Europe is 5%. Japan is 2%, death before the age of 50. And that, you know, understanding what the elements are, and it is different in different communities, right? In certain communities, your biggest risk may be guns and car crashes. In another setting where, you know, like New York, the cars can't go going fast enough to kill you, and actually gun violence is extremely low, it'll be a different, you know, set of issues. It might be drugs, it might be other things. So, you know, at each stage of life, there are a handful of things that can be the key factors, and then you want easy access to support along the way to address those capabilities.
So in 2014, like any good medical trainee, I pre-ordered your book, Being Mortal, and I read it in basically one sitting. And that book is about confronting the limits of medicine. It's about asking the question of what we should do when medicine can't save you. And I'm curious, you know, it feels like over the past decade there's been a shift in the cultural zeitgeist. And now everything I hear, maybe this is a bias of my own reporting, or maybe it's this AI techno-optimist moment we're in, but it's not, you know, being mortal, it's how not to be mortal. How do we live forever?
Being immortal.
Yes, exactly. And so, first of all, do you buy that there's been a shift over the past decade in the public discourse around some of these issues? And if so, you know, what's behind that shift?
So I'd say there's two things. Number one is there's always been the immortality business, right? The fountain of youth, and like you go back, that of course people would like to potentially live forever, or just at least a really long time, but want to live well. And that industry is just going to be there, and it's going to have new permutations that we will always take on. But I think also what has changed, and I think it's been really interesting in the last decade, is seeing that people are recognizing the goal is not just survival, that the goal is being able to live your priorities, and I call it also I describe it as your loyalties. There are certain things we're willing to risk our lives for. Some of them are just simple joy, you know, the joy of a chocolate cake. Other things, and we take a tiny risk every day for the sake of those things. And part of our job in medicine is to argue that your first order desire, open that refrigerator, have that cake, that we might want to put it off for the sake of your second order desires, the things you want to do that are your loyalties. It might be loyalties to your family and your children. It might be to a great project that you have, or your country, or an ideal. And both of those really matter in people's lives. I think we're getting better now in medicine in the last decade about being able to recognize people have priorities in their lives besides just living longer. Our job is to serve and ensure that what we're doing is enabling those priorities and not just a longer life. And in order to do that, our critical step is we have to ask people what those goals and priorities are. What are you willing to sacrifice and not willing to sacrifice for the sake of more time? What's the minimum quality of life you'd find acceptable? And in Being Mortal, I got to talk about a person who said, if I can eat chocolate ice cream and watch football on television, that would be good enough for me. It's the best living will ever. If he can't, and he said, if I can't do those things, then let me go. But if you can help me do those things, then keep me going. Now, chocolate ice cream, football, and television isn't what I think is life worth living. And each of you have a different story, and that story will change over time, and we have to ask what that capability, what that is. We still only ask in medicine, or your family members, about 25% of the time. So the other 75% suffers for that, because that means that we're often in serious illness giving you treatments that sacrifice things you really care about. And that leads to not just suffering, but pain, conflict with family members, and so on. Public health, I felt in COVID, we did not recognize this lesson. The country was being asked to make trade-offs, the world was, between my child going to school, my being locked up at home and going crazy, and survival. And some of it was survival of those people versus my family, which also is a painful thing. And I don't think we did as good a job as we should have in public health to recognize that, like in medicine, our job is to ask communities, what are your priorities, and to serve those priorities and to help people understand there are trade-offs to be made, and that it isn't a crime to not only exclusively prioritize survival. And we have to, that's the job of the political side, is to say, here are the trade-offs. Our job is to sometimes argue with those, let's make sure we're valuing the things we want for the long run. But ultimately, the choices are going to be made community by community, and we still have to incorporate that thinking into our public health world.
That the comment about chocolate ice cream made me remember something I heard a while ago, which was, if you exercise every single day and you never drink any alcohol and you don't eat anything unhealthy, you can live to 100, or at least you feel like you will have. So there's this tension between a quality of life, a life well lived, and just the pure length of life as you're
a friend of mine texted me right before this, like, are you just going to lecture to us on how we can't eat any food and can't have any alcohol? And I said, no.
So as far as we know, Jeanne Calment, a French woman, is the longest lived person in history. She lived to 122. She died in 1997. And so I want you to tell us in what year someone is going to break her record. And I guess the broader question around that is, we talk a lot about average lifespan and improving average lifespan. Is there a world in the coming decades where we improve maximum lifespan? If we're at the 50th New Yorker Festival as opposed to the 25th, are there going to be people in the audience who are 120, 130, 140, or is that not something you foresee in the near future?
So we have not really budged maximum lifespan hardly at all. It's not clear that we've seen people over the decades who've made it to 120, and we haven't been tracking birth certificates that long. But for the most part, it's been somewhere around, the oldest person had been 118, 120, 122. I think just a week ago, the current oldest person in the world died, was 118 a few weeks ago. And what we're getting better at is getting people long, high-quality life for longer, getting up to that span. And that is I fully believe we're capable of science to understand how to improve maximum lifespan. And, there's all kinds of interesting things about, the way we're able to regenerate. We have animals as well as, a fetus is able to regenerate organs and capabilities, and dreams of stem cells rejuvenating our own structures and bodies. And so I can't predict what year it will happen, so I don't think it's impossible. I think we can push life expectancy. But if I really had to put a bet, I would put the bet down right now that 25 years from now, we will not have made much of a budge in the 120 or so maximum life expectancy. I'm excited to immediately, upon getting that possibility, figuring out how do we bring that to everybody, because it'll undoubtedly cost like someone will charge $2 million for it, and then you got to figure out how to pay for it, and of course only rich will get it. So all of those questions are the ones that totally fascinate me. But I once got to do my favorite interview. There was a time when I sat there, and then I was the interviewer trying to look at, telling you to silence your phones. And so it's fun to be on this side. But I got to do with George Saunders, and after Lincoln and the Bardo, amazing book. And we got in a discussion where I asked him, I said, if you could take a pill and live 800 years, would you take it? And then, of course, he had all caveats. Well, what kind of life would I be able to have? What's the condition? Like, those are all the critical, relevant things. And he said, do I have to live with all my regrets for 800 years? Like, do I get some psychotherapy to go along with this? And I think we have this dream about maximum life expectancy, but I really think it's about, we know how to live 90, maybe 100 years. It will not surprise me if we're at we already have Japan and Korea that have an average 85-year life expectancy. Their top 1% are making it well past 90. I will not be surprised if 25 years from now we have countries with a 90 to 95-year life expectancy, but I would be surprised about the 125, 130-year max.
Okay, let's do a little interlude, and I'm going to borrow a game from Tyler Cowen called Overrated or Underrated, where basically I yell out various health trends, and you tell me if they're overrated or underrated.
So I got to do a twist then.
What's that?
You have to tell me what your rating is.
Okay, all right. I'll go after you go. All right. So is this undervalued or overvalued currently? The effect of GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro on human health and lifespan?
Underrated.
Tell us why.
First, you.
I think I would say underrated.
Come on.
Underrated as well. Underrated. It's overrated.
No qualifications. This is underrated, overrated.
All right. I'll go appropriately rated. Appropriately rated.
You can't. You don't get to. This is your game. You don't get to play that game.
All right. Underrated.
All right. Underrated. So I think it's underrated.
Okay.
These GLP-1 drugs have proved to have substantial mortality reductions, are turning out to have some, the ways in which it plays with your desire for certain kinds of foods and other things, but also it potentially has use in addiction. There's a range of applications that it's under evaluation for right now. I don't want to promise that it's perfect for addiction at this point, but every trial has had massive levels of risk reduction, and it's changing our obesity profile. It's changing mortality rates for people at high risk. I do worry that it's attempting to medicate for some problems, which are, like, if you had a pill to stop the worst of smoking, would you still smoke? And there are aspects about the way we live that I think are still ones we need to address, and that you can't just Ozempic your way out of. But I think really underrated.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think
then why didn't you say that?
People generally get, I think, a little bit caught up in the cultural notions of what does this do to body image, which is an important thing. What does it do to specifically obesity? But every trial, it's just shocking, the results on reduction in cardiovascular risk, reversal of fatty liver disease, slowing the progression of chronic kidney disease, reducing stroke risk. And so I think from that perspective, from the chronic disease preventive health perspective, they probably are underrated in that domain.
Yeah, and I still struggle with if we just could make sure we could let people sleep more for 8 hours or so a night, that would have as big effects on health in many ways. And so you can't just Ozempic your way out of it, I don't think.
All right, overrated or underrated? The effect of artificial intelligence on healthcare.
Overrated.
Agree.
All right. So right now I have 3 teams where we're trying to apply artificial intelligence to the work we're doing at USAID. First around just basic like let's just do some basic stuff, some basic burden reduction. Our teams will spend weeks pulling in data from the UN and the WHO on, say, life expectancy and things like that, and our HIV results and so on, and thought, okay, let's use artificial intelligence to make that job easier. It can translate into 250 languages. Let's translate our materials, and that'll be beneficial. And let's also, we have to fill out a lot of forms. Let's have it do the first draft of a lot of our forms. Two things. Number one, it's become super clear to me, this is at best a partner that makes a physician or a data analyst or a nurse, it can lift you to have more expert capability, but you have to police it like a hawk, and you got to know when it's lying. And it lies all the frickin' time. Like, we pull in the data sets, and they'll be missing data elements, and you want it to clean the data sets, and it'll insert new data elements in. Like, you've got to figure out how to instruct it not to make up fake data to go in. And the fake data is really convincing, like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'd put that data in there. But you can't completely just rely on it. And so the notion is just going to replace, there will be components of life where it'll replace folks, but, and I think that we have to navigate that. So, but the impact on medicine where we are not just like diagnosis and write a prescription machines. The relationship we have is to help you figure out your goals, understand how to optimize what's available in your community to actually reach that capability, and then help you implement and deliver that. And so I think it will only have a nudge. And I'm finding in every one of these simple cases, like translate materials and so on, we're having to write new GPTs or RAG models in order to make the thing work without just making bad mistakes.
Yeah, I think there are domains in which it's going to make huge impact. I think drug development and pharmaceutical innovation, I think it could really accelerate. But to our discussion earlier, I think so much of health is around behavior change and distribution of resources, and artificial intelligence, I don't think, is going to change a lot of those issues. And so from that perspective, I think it's overrated.
Do you use an AI scribe?
That's where all this come from. This is, no, I didn't think of any of this stuff. I don't use AI scribe because of that reason. Basically, is that a lot of it I find so far is it's not very helpful. All right, overrated or underrated? We'll do one more, or maybe a couple more, but I'm not going to answer the rest of these. CRISPR, gene therapy, gene editing.
Oh, I so want that to be underrated, but it's overrated. I think we're not there yet. Like a friend of mine, came up with CRISPR diagnostics that could do a like you could have a diagnostic at home that if you have a cold, you could, spit on a bit of filter paper and a CRISPR diagnostic would tell you what you have, and it might cost under $1. And he's shown it in a lab, but getting it to production, getting it to where it's going, it's still, so it's gonna, I think it is another vehicle that can change the world. But all of the implementation, production capabilities have really hit a wall. And when, I keep thinking, okay, on the next outbreak, we're really going to use CRISPR diagnostics. We're going to use it in XYZ. We're really to be able to bring it into the home, into low-income communities, and I just feel we're a long way away from that.
Okay. All right, last one. Psychedelic therapy for mental health conditions.
You have to answer this one. Overrated.
I think overrated as well. Yeah, I think overrated as well. I think it's something that people would love to be totally transformational and may be helpful in some.
There are some trials, and I think that the evidence that it's often done by very, it's motivated, that it's biased trials, and that they have not been able to consistently replicate with enough fidelity to make me think it's going to be as transformative as people hope. And we're seeing some really bad downsides.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure this is on no one's mind right now, but there is a presidential election next week. And for the first time in a generation, it feels like healthcare is not a central issue. There's not Medicare for all. There's not Obamacare repeal in any serious way. Thank God there's not, a raging pandemic. But if you think back from the time of Bill Clinton, obviously, some type of major healthcare transformation was always kind of a part of the campaign. And it seems like less so this time around. But of course, healthcare in various ways is always on the ballot. I mean, reproductive rights is an obvious example. But more generally, what would you say in terms of what difference would we see in healthcare, in the healthcare landscape in the U.S. under Trump versus the Harris administration?
Well, I'm a public official now, and I'm under the Hatch Act, which says I can't answer half of that question there.
That's what happens when you use ChatGPT to write these questions.
So in this role, I can't, officially being here today, or can't speak to my personal opinions about some of those subjects. But I will say, I think health is very much on the agenda with the reproductive health issue being front and center. I also think it's significant that basically we've all agreed universal health care is now not something that can be removed, and we've seen many, many more states now accepting the Affordable Care Act and expansion of Medicaid, and in a bipartisan way, recognition that pulling away the coverage is not a winner. There's still various, it is not a universal case, let's just say, that everybody is aligned on this here. The thing that strikes me around the world is that health is not actually that much of a driver of an issue. In places that have major shortfalls in people's survival, you would think that, throw them out. How can we be a place where 60% of people die before the age of 50 and not have brought that capability to the world and not hold accountable? But again and again, the fears of what might be the consequences of the taxes required to make it possible, or the changes in behavior required to make it possible, or the changes in the winners and losers by getting strong primary health care into place. That backlash that we saw with getting a universal health care aspiring plan, and at any rate, it took 75, 80 years for the U.S. to get to the point of the Affordable Care Act. The pattern is it's really hard to get in, but once you have it get in, people defend it tooth and nail, and so that is where it ends up on the ballot typically, is the threat of taking away the gains that have been made, but rarely is it that you really have the battles hinging on whether you're going to add better coverage or better quality care.
Usually moderators don't ask people to take out their phones, but if you do have a question, feel free to text it in, and we'll try to get to it in the last 10 minutes or so. I want to ask you about...
Phone numbers there.
Yeah. I want to ask you about trust, and so much of what we do in healthcare rests on having the trust of people. And of course, trust in recent decades in every institution has cratered, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, there's pretty depressing research that suggests in doctors, hospitals, public health agencies, across every socio-demographic group, trust has declined. And so I guess first, how big of an issue is that in your work or in the work that other healthcare professionals do, and what, if anything, can we do to start to rebuild trust?
It's huge, because health doesn't happen without trust. And but I'd also say, so people are lonely, they are disconnected, they have fewer avenues for a sense of belonging. And I think people in health, and I'd also put people in education, play a really special, important role, because we are, teachers and clinicians are the few that reach across the economic divides, across the political divides, across the race and ethnic divides, and have to be in touch with people face to face. And people in health and people in education are the glue. And I think we owe it to the country to do what we can to lead to strengthen those connections and to keep emphasizing, at the core of what we do in health is the idea that all lives are of equal worth, which goes to me back to the founding documents of the country that all people are created equal. And what that means is that we are ashamed if we should be ashamed, and in general, we try to apologize for it if the CEO and the rich are the ones who get to the front of the line in healthcare, right? It's troubling about concierge medicine that you pay your way to get that life-saving relationship with a primary healthcare physician, and that the wealthy people have realized more and more that having that strong, connected relationship makes a big difference, and we are appropriately embarrassed about that, right? And I think we have an important role, all of us in health, to recognize we are among those that every day are making contact on a person-to-person level and have that capacity, and that it's really important that we keep that ability to keep working across the boundaries, because that has given us trust. As weakened as all trust is, people in health, people in education, teachers, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and so on, people who you contact are the people who retain the trust in society, and I think we have to keep building on that.
Yeah. Related, I want to ask you about taking risks in medicine and taking risks with medical research. And I remember an article that you once read that basically argued that some of the innovations that we have today wouldn't have been possible if there weren't kind of loony doctors back in the day that were trying all sorts of crazy things. And we don't allow a lot of that for good reason today. But are we too cautious as an institution, or are we appropriately cautious? Overrated or underrated?
So caution is underrated. The article you're referring to was one I wrote about a surgeon who was the chair of surgery at my hospital, at the Brigham and Women's Hospital that I used to belong to. His name was Randy Moore. And he led a group of people who made discovery after discovery after discovery, including, for example, they did the first kidney transplant. They brought the first ventilators into practice. They did all kinds of extraordinary things in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And what struck me about the kidney transplant case was they had 30 straight deaths, and it was the 31 that became successful. And one colleague, a friend of mine who would become the CEO of the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, David Nathan, was a chief resident on the medical team at the time, and he said, this is homicide. When he was seeing one death after another death after another death, this is homicide. And that tension was incredibly important. That it was the case that you had to have that learning through failure. You have to have that learning through failure. But you also have to have the transparency that this is what is happening. And there are lots of ways in which our regime of having proper consent has become an overly bureaucratic, paperwork-driven process rather than actually making sure that people have consent. But we've been able to build an edifice where there's more and more chance for participation in that process. There's more and more chance to be parts of trials. It's a routine, common American experience that, if you are facing a life-threatening illness, a cancer, and so on, that there's a high chance you might be offered a chance. If there's not a solution, that you might be offered a chance to be in a trial. And our ability to have trust in those has evolved so that we have tens of thousands of trials now going on regularly. We are willing to fail and work our way through that while protecting against the worst kinds of exploitation that we saw in Tuskegee and other places, and saw things that would make us cringe today about the ways that we went about some of those discoveries in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I mean,
Well,
also that time was, doing frontal lobectomies as the other thing we threw into the world for a good 20 years.
well, we have some great questions from the audience. I feel like I should have crowdsourced my questions now. But let me ask you a couple that we have here. One is around climate change and public health and the ways in which you see climate change influencing the work that you do today and how you think it's going to change the world specifically as it relates to health in the next 10, 20, 30 years.
So this one is underrated. Climate and health and the impact there is extraordinary. First of all, I'll start with a picture. In March, I was in India visiting some of our programs, and as part of that, my family's from India. My father's from a village in Maharashtra, and so I took a couple of extra days to go visit my family there. So it was March of this year, and in this farm belt area, the village my father's from, come from a family of farmers, and the temperature was 105 degrees in March. It would reach 115 to 120 degrees as a daily high in May. There never were temperatures like this when I used to visit at younger age. The result is the crops were not growing. The growing season and the amount of crop food output was down, which meant that their incomes were down, the debt levels were high. You also saw enormous amount of pollution. So India now has, 10 of the 15 most polluted cities in the world, a high number of the polluted cities. When you're in Delhi, you feel like you're smoking a pack a day. The haze is everywhere. I thought I would escape that in the rural area, and it was not the case because the areas around there have industrialized, and that haze and that smoke was there. Air pollution is now tied with smoking for the biggest killer in the world. It's a combination of outdoor, so out of 50 million people who die per year in the world, about 7 million die from indoor, outdoor air pollution, and almost 8 million from smoking. And so addressing fossil fuel production of that pollution is a major opportunity for saving lives. It's cardiovascular, it's lung disease, and it's cancers. It's sort of across the board. But second, extreme heat compounded matters. So extreme heat, which we're now starting to see at an extraordinary level, we now have protocols because your electricity stops working above a certain level. The number of heat strokes start rising when you get temperatures this high. And then the third level is we have the distribution of infectious diseases changes, especially vector-borne diseases, mosquito-borne diseases. Like dengue is moving, we're seeing more dengue cases. These are diarrheal illnesses carried by bacteria. There's a new disease that's made its way to the US border called Oropouche disease out of Brazil. It's a Zika-like disease and can cause, we're still trying to understand what causes it. We don't know the exact bug that carries it. We think it's a mosquito, but it might be a mite. And so we're seeing emergence and shift of whether it's malaria, other conditions that are moving around the world. So I think in the next 30 to 50 years, add on that all the climate catastrophes and the ways that not only lead to, we have family in Asheville, North Carolina, and all of the damage done there, 2.5 weeks to get electricity and water back, and they still don't have drinkable water. It is extraordinary, and the impact of climate catastrophes is massive on health systems, and people, don't get their care in those settings, and there's all kinds of excess death that we have not even begun to track. So I think it's massively underrated as an impact on our health and the function of our health systems.
Let's go with the mood shift.
Okay.
So what are you most optimistic about in the coming years as it relates to health and technology?
The reality is we have steadily, with the exception of during the pandemic, had 70 plus years of steady rise in our human life expectancy. And we have recovered all the losses since then as well. So what I'm optimistic about is that as complex as healthcare is, as politically challenging, it is our best demonstration that human cooperation not only can work, it is working. It is constantly happening, and that, that we don't actually live in a state of chaos and the nasty, brutish, and short world of this supposed state of nature. And we have capabilities that are at our fingertips that can help us live longer, healthy lives. We are beneficiaries of it, and there is still much more gain. If we have an average life expectancy of 78 years, a healthy life expectancy of 70 years, we have an average capacity to get already in today's world a 90-year average life expectancy.
We have a couple questions about kind of the corporatization of medicine, and I think people probably recognize that the days of Marcus Welby and doctors making house calls are long gone. But I think most people do see medicine as a profession and not a business. But increasingly, private equity is acquiring medical practices and hospitals. Insurers are acquiring these entities as well. And so, are you concerned about greater corporate activity in the healthcare sector?
Absolutely. The larger picture to me is we saw healthcare as a craft, an individual's craft. It is that capability to deploy those 19,000 medical drugs, those 4,000 medical and surgical procedures, to do it the right way, the right time, is a team sport. And it takes organizations. Having that arose at the same time that we had the development of health institutions as a major part of every person's life. You carry with you a connection to a health institution lifelong now, so that we're not people who only live to our mid-40s, but into our 80s and beyond. And we have not figured out how to make those institutions work. We know the challenges of making them all government institutions. You can get equity, but little innovation, often not as much dynamism. You get more fairness, but less efficiency, less speed, less opportunity to have the pieces advance. We know in nonprofit models that those are the biggest health systems we've really built around the country, are largely nonprofit models, that they have great beneficial aspects, but they behave more and more like corporate institutions, and the blurring between the nonprofit and for-profit is there. And then the for-profit world you get scale. Throughout the South, much of the hospital base that the Hospital South didn't have has been built by for-profit corporations because the public institutions weren't being built. And none of them do we feel very good about. And I think that, to me, is, I said I was fascinated and driven by this human story of how we all get to live this long and why we fail at it. This is this generational challenge that I'm totally fascinated by and excited by, our ability to make these large organizations work for the benefit of all.
We have a question about health literacy and how important that is to people being able to move through the world and make healthy choices for themselves. And on the one hand, there's many more ways in which you can get information, and much of that information is not high-quality information. There's a lot of misinformation, increasingly disinformation. So maybe you could talk for a moment about just the information ecosystem and how people should start to parse good information, bad information, and how do we tackle this problem of information that is not accurate?
Well, in general, I have not felt threatened or beaten down by the amount of misinformation. It is painful and difficult, and yet, I had to stop my surgical practice in order to take this job, and that was a hard thing to do. because I got to see what the world was coming in my door every day. And people, you know, came in having little information when I started my training to now coming in with a lot of information typically available to them, sometimes printed out on lots of sheets of paper, sometimes with trials like, what about this or that? And, you know, it's easy to be a little bit annoyed by some of those queries. But the reality of how much better prepared people are coming in, how much more they know, and how much transparency and what they expect has increased. And I think that's part of the contribution to why we have steadily had, not just here, but around the world, better outcomes along the way. My father came from that village in Maharashtra, and you know, when he went to medical school, it was 200 kilometers from where we live, and the only information he had about how his mother died of malaria, he watched her die when he was 10 years old, and the information was out there to save her life and the medicines, but it just never got to them. And when he then went to his medical school, he was the country boy in the big city, and he would bring relatives to like stay in his dorm room with him because this was a place that had information that they couldn't have. And he became the only source and font of information. Like, that's the world that we had, where experts were revered and, you know, treated with great honor, which is a wonderful thing, but did not make everybody better. And so in this world where it's a little crazier, and we're constantly dealing with, you know, the cousin who insists that, you know, you really ought to listen to the, well, I won't even make a political joke. Just, we have that. We all live now with everybody being an expert epidemiologist. Surgeons are running public health institutions. The reality of it has been a net plus, and we need ways to have more trusted information, and it doesn't help that some of those sources have gone in the wrong direction, like Twitter. But I think we're beneficiaries in the long run.
If you could do one thing to improve health equity in the United States, what would it be?
Well, understand, I said our top 1% live 89 years or so. That was pre-pandemic. An economist named Raj Chetty sort of really crunched the numbers and, you know, got income tax return data and put it all together. And what's shocking is that the bottom 1% only live 72 years. And then in COVID, that dropped for the Native American population to 65 years. It's like the entire gains of half a century of discovery were wiped away. The things that you see in the countries that are able to make progress that reduce the inequalities is how they get to match and exceed US life expectancy. And again, it's around making basic things like primary health care, your essential medicines that help you live a long life, minimal cost and freely accessible as much as possible with decent quality. Now, making that happen is not easy, but you've seen countries do it. You know, Costa Rica and Chile now have the two highest life expectancies in North and South America with a fraction of the spending that we have. They've matched Canada. Thailand, which we helped support as they developed their health system, went from 35% of deaths happening before the age of 50 to now matching US overall life expectancy in the space of 20 years by building that primary healthcare structure, including community health volunteers who will, you know, knock on doors in their neighborhood and check to see, have, you know, people had their blood pressure measured. Do you want to have it measured? I'll take it for you. Have your height and weight of your child measured, and catch malnutrition, catch people who have unrecognized illnesses, and the benefits. So if you're in the top half of income and have a cancer, you want to be here. But if you're in the bottom half of income and need those basic life-saving things in primary health care, they've created that and got it there.
I think we have time for one last question. This is kind of it's not an asking for a friend type question, but if there are younger people in the audience who want to do something in healthcare, in public health, more generally to make the world a better place, what piece of advice would you give them?
I haven't met a young person who is not trying to figure out how they get a place in the world to make a difference and do meaningful work. And the best advice I ever got was a colleague who said, say yes to everything before you're 40 and no to everything after you're 40. And what they meant was, before you're 40, try lots of stuff. And don't be afraid, and then pay attention to what actually energizes you and you're good at. Along the way, you know, I was headed to focusing on surgery. I was energized by that. But I had a lot of friends who were writers, and I loved the idea of potentially trying to write. And one friend started an internet magazine and said, hey, will you write a piece for it? And I found myself making time at 10 o'clock at night, you know, to write in the middle of surgical training. And that told me something. I got energy from it. And paying attention to that and putting it together, you know, in the end, it was a combination of surgery. I was willing to do that, writing and public health. Had no idea how to put it together. And then eventually it does. And, you know, the internet didn't exist when I started when I was an undergrad. So where we will be depends much more on your gravitating to what you're good at, figuring that out. And then by the time you're 40, you should kind of know it and just tell everybody else to go away. And do, you know, your advantage over 40 is you can make a bet for 10 years or 20 years of your life and know you have things that you will follow through on, and that's will be how you give back.
Well, thank you, Atul, for this wonderful conversation. Thank you all for joining us. And from all of us here at The New Yorker, we hope that you have a wonderful day.
Hey.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Hi. I love an audience reaction. I'm Alexandra Schwartz. I'm a staff writer for The New Yorker. And on behalf of the magazine, thank you all for being here this afternoon for this live taping of our podcast,
Woo! Yay!
Critics at Large.
Woo!
Yeah.
I'm joined by my radiant, talented, attractive, funny.
Continue.
Yeah, you know, I'm just feeling it.
I'm like, stop. Vincent's
Keep
like,
going.
go on.
I'm joined by my wonderful New Yorker colleagues and co-hosts, Vincent Cunningham and Nomi Fry. So we will get started in just a second, but before we do, we have a few housekeeping notes. We are taping this conversation, and you are very much a part of the show. So please laugh, clap, or whatever else you feel inspired to do. Just do us a favor and put your phones on silent, and please refrain from flash photography. And if you would like to post on social media, the festival hashtag is New Yorker Fest. Bet you did not see that coming. We have about 75 minutes together, including time at the end for a few questions from the audience. You can submit your questions at any point during the event by texting FESTIVAL to the number on the screen behind me, as you see, and we'll get to as many as we have time for. And of course, this event would not be possible without the support of New Yorker subscribers.
Woo!
Shout yourself out.
Yes. So for those of you who don't yet subscribe to the magazine, please do consider signing up today at newyorker.com. And now, on to the fun stuff.
Yay!
Let's do it. Okay, guys, so this is the part of the introduction that we'll put music under later. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Critics at Large, a podcast from The New Yorker. I'm Alex Schwartz.
I'm Vincent Cunningham.
And I'm Nomi Fry.
Each week on this show, we make sense of what's happening in the culture and how we got here. And if you could not tell already, we're coming to you live from the New Yorker Festival!
Yay!
Yeah. Lollapalooza for people like you.
Yes! We will be joined in just a moment by the multi-talented Julio Torres. Yes, let's hear it for Julio. Julio is, well, he's kind of everything. He's a director, a writer, and a comedian, originally from El Salvador. He made his directorial feature debut with A24's Problemista, which he also wrote and starred in. Fantasmas, a sketch comedy that he wrote, directed, and stars in, debuted in June. And Julio also, yes, Fantasmas, fans, yes. Julio also co-created and starred in the seasonally appropriate HBO Peabody Award-winning series Los Spookies. Ooh. His writing for Saturday Night Live was nominated for an Emmy Award not once, not twice, not even 3 times, but indeed 4 times.
Yeah.
And his picture book, I Want to Be a Vase, was inspired by his 2019 TV special, My Favorite Shapes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I too want to be a vase.
I know. Well, so I recently described Julio as our dream guest for this event because we're all big fans, and because his comedy is it's singular. It's a little hard to categorize. How would you guys explain it?
I would say that it's a kind of like gently comedic, but also sharp take on contemporary issues through a kind of like surreal, abstract point of view. That's a little bit,
Yeah.
you know, convoluted. Yeah.
I loved it.
Thank you, Vincent.
Also, it strikes me, I wrote about Fantasmas on HBO, and I fell in love with Julio's work after My Favorite Shapes. But it strikes me that he kind of does what we do, in that like his work is critical. It looks at something real, and it offers not only a reflection, but like a commentary on what he sees. You know, the point of view in his work is so strong, which is why I'm so excited to like talk to the man behind the curtain.
But it's crucially never obvious, right?
No, it's just
Yeah.
always like sort of weirdly askew and brilliant, and you know, like us.
Just like us.
Yeah.
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 It's also, it strikes me also that there's an element, and I can't wait to talk to Julio about this, of self-portraiture going on in his work.
Yeah.
A few of his pieces have a figure who is a kind of version of him. Like in Problemista, he plays an aspiring, not actor, comedian, writer, but toy designer from El Salvador who's trying to stay in the United States and keeps running into all kinds of bureaucratic problems, which is an experience I think Julio himself experienced. And then in Fantasmas, there is this, Vincent, do you want to explain a little bit what goes on in the show?
Yeah, it's a show about how difficult it is to be alive. It's a guy who has, like many of us, sort of like pie in the sky ideas, pretensions to art. He wants to create, in this show, he's always like kind of an inventor of a kind. This is part of his persona across his works. In this one, he wants to be a crayon designer. And he's like, what about a crayon that, like, is invisible?
And they're like, but it doesn't leave any trace. Like, what are we selling?
Yeah, but then like he's got to get this ID so that he can do his work. He's worried about a mole, a problem mole of his, and the sort of disposition that leads to his brilliance also makes him unsuited for life in the world,
Right.
And I think that's like pretty. I just heard murmurs of approval from other useless people like me. This is a common thing.
Yeah, it's like about a useless, as you say, creative person coming up again and again against the strictures of a world whose bureaucracy cares not for uselessness or creativity.
Yeah.
Basically.
Crushes it.
Yeah, crushes it, in fact.
And
Yeah.
yet, I think there's actually, one thing I really love about Julio's work, I will say, is there's never any doubt among the characters he plays that this is the essence of living and being.
Right.
That's what, that is kind of like a fundamental belief in art making that is not treated pretentiously or heavily, it's not like, just whatever your standard idea of like great artist Jackson Pollock splattering the canvas, taking himself too seriously. This is a condition of living, is to make things. That's one reason that, like you, Vincent, I really love the special, My Favorite Shapes, which if you in the audience have not seen it, let me recommend a truly delightful hour to you. Yeah, it can't exactly be called stand-up because Julio in the special...
Well, he's sitting down.
He's sitting down,
Yeah.
which is already so great. And in front of him passes a kind of conveyor belt on which there are shapes, a lot of different shapes, starting with your regular square. And moving on to a kind of porcelain stiletto heel whose sole purpose is to hold other little small shoes on it. So, and everything in between. And just by looking at objects, shapes, toys, the whole world comes alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's someone who, again, I don't want to make too fine a point of this, but like it does remind me of criticism in that, like, in order to do it, you have to be really interested in things. And Julio just seems so ravished by the world of like items, things, little toys, a kind of attention that is rare, and you kind of want to grab it when you see it.
If something reminds us of criticism, we love it.
We just say it.
We say
over
it.
and over.
There's
yeah.
like literally no higher compliment from us.
It's criticism. It's godlike. I think it's what you're saying. I think an important, a significant part of the work of criticism is defamiliarizing the world, right? And defamiliarizing the work of art that you're looking at, such as it is, in that you're looking at something that might look like transparent to the eye, a clear crayon, right? But in fact, the sort of decontextualizing work of criticism and the decontextualizing work of what Julio does with his art makes the subject new again, or the object, right? Makes us see it with a different set of eyes. And I think Julio does that in My Favorite Shapes, by looking at these like mundane objects and kind of like flipping them around, but also in his work more broadly.
Totally. Well, that's actually the perfect setup to one of the big things that we want to talk to Julio about today. We're interested in asking him about the way that he uses his extremely surreal and sensory kind of comedy to explore some very grim aspects of the real world and the politics that shape it, because as abstract as all of this may sound, it's really not once you start watching his work. So, with no further ado, I think we're ready to welcome out our special guest for today's conversation.
Hey.
Please welcome Julio Torres.
Yay!
Hello.
Julio,
Hello.
what's up?
Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Hello, 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 hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi,
You're
Julio.
sparkling.
I must confess, this is from last night.
Straight from a Halloween party?
Yes, yeah, we're in the midst of a big stretch of Halloween. Yeah. But you gotta carve out some time for work.
Right, right. Does it sometimes feel like too much? Or is
Too
it
much
just,
Halloween?
Yeah. Or is it just enough?
No, I mean the art of Halloween is learning how to pace it and just trying to anticipate where the climax of Halloween is.
Oh.
I
What-
think right
yeah.
now we're certainly in the eye of the storm
Okay.
because
like-
Halloween weekend just passed, but Halloween proper is not here yet. So right now we get a sort of like recuperating period.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
if I may ask such an obvious question, what were you / what will you be for Halloween?
Well, these past 2 nights, I have been again. It's like I know that like the hill is still ahead, so I have been just to be crass, just a generic fairy, just a generic elf like fairy creature because it's you want to tease what's to come. You want it to be a preview. You don't want to give it. It's the appetizer. You don't want to give it all away.
So there's like a mega elf in our future. I just want to be clear.
Well, I don't want to say what I will be on Halloween proper, mostly because I haven't seen the costume yet. So in case I fail, I don't want my failure to be documented. But it is in conversation with it, in as much as it is a thing that should be small, that is life size, like a fairy.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh. Now I'm intrigued.
Okay.
Terrifying.
It's a-
Scale is
it-
terrifying.
They're in conversation in terms of proportion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to keep in touch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I'm dying to know now.
Yes, an answer that does not clarify but does evoke a great deal.
Yes.
Much like your work.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's do a hard pivot.
Yeah. Okay,
Segue.
hard pivot.
Well, let's start with Problemista. We were talking about this before. As we mentioned, this is your first feature film. You wrote it, you directed it, and you starred in it. It came out last year, and it also stars the wonderful Tilda Swinton. And, Problemista is about someone who's trying to figure out how to stay in the U.S. His work visa is expiring, and he is a dreamer. He wants to be a toy maker, and it's really in New York City that he feels his dreams can be realized. He doesn't want to be sent back to El Salvador, where he comes from, but he's up against this huge, unfeeling bureaucratic machine. So this lines up in some ways with your own story. And before we get into the movie, we wanted to hear about your own experience in coming to the U.S. from El Salvador. Were there elements of the culture here that surprised you, that were different than what you expected?
Yeah, I mean the movie is very very personal and very I mean all work should be personal, obviously, but it's very in an obvious way. It's very rooted in my experience. I came here in 2009. The reason on paper was to be a student on a student visa. Even though, but the purpose was to basically do what I do now. And I grew up consuming a lot of American media. El Salvador is one of those countries where the bulk of our media diet is American. There is some Mexican TV in there, but in terms of film, when I was growing up, it was almost 100% American blockbusters. And then it wasn't until there was this like little video rental store that I got to start diversifying my movie landscape, right? But yeah, so I came here thinking I had a solid understanding of life in New York and in the U.S., and then I kept like, there were definitely moments where I kept being, I kept feeling like a little robot alien, like collecting data and being like, oh, got it. Greeting people with hugs was, I feel like something that's like, I don't know if it's a New York thing or if it's an American thing, but the like constant like hugging.
We're low on the scale, dude.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Of hug per capita or whatever. Like
Yeah.
elsewhere, there's more hugs. So I don't think it's in New York. I mean,
Like
I think it's
elsewhere in
thing.
America, you mean?
Elsewhere in America.
Like
yeah.
where would you say? What's
Oh.
the capital of hugging in
I mean,
America?
it's not on either coast, is it? I don't mean to stereotype. Continue. I'm so sorry.
Wait, you're from New York though, right?
I was born and raised here, and I feel like an overhugger here, and other places I feel like a cold unhugger.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, I don't know where you felt like you fit in
Well,
that.
I felt like it was like it was one of those things where like, oh, they don't put this in the movies.
All the hugging.
Like people aren't constantly hugging each other to say hi in the movies. And I was like, oh, so no one told me about this, and I was like, oh, okay. And I don't have a problem with it. Now I'm a big hugger. I hug all the time. But
We just hugged backstage.
yes, we did.
And we had never met before.
And see
so,
how
you
second
know.
nature that was to me now.
Yeah, as it was to me.
Yeah. But
It didn't seem weird at all.
It was like, and you know, like coming to New York, actually, I kept being warned of this stereotype of like New Yorkers are cold, New Yorkers are mean, you're not gonna fit in, and what I kept feeling was completely the opposite. I kept feeling embraced. I kept feeling like when and then it still happens when when people say like, where are you from? And I say El Salvador. It's like the gut liberal reaction to that is saying cool. And I was like, oh, I didn't think so, which is why I laughed. But there was a general, and you know, I went to like a liberal arts college here in New York City, and so it's a very like welcome to our world feeling about it, and then that felt actually I actually felt like, oh, actually no, in my experience New York has been spiritually welcoming, infrastructurally bitterly cruel.
So
like the just the minutia of like the everyday hurdles of the bureaucratic logistics of just being a person here, which are so impersonal and so cruel. Like, oh my God, you're here just and you're not like properly rooted here in the way that you're supposed to be, and you like you know like break an arm. Good luck. Like that's you're done for, right? And
It's all over.
it's all over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is it like? So as you mentioned,
Even for Americans.
yeah,
Like,
for any-
you know what I mean? You don't have to be an immigrant for that.
yeah. As you say, this is very personal to you, and it's full of observations that feel very lived in. I do wonder how it is to take something like that and turn it into something that has a lot of the real, but also has these surrealistic departures. Obviously, Alejandro is not exactly you. He has a lot in common with you. What is it like to set up this sort of like second self that like can experience this in a different way? What just like the correspondence between the life as lived in the city that you very perfectly described and the sort of departure that is depicted in the film.
You know, I think that I was candidly always very allergic to creating something that was so obviously traced on me and my experience. I just did not. I felt very I did not like the idea of having a movie where I play a version of myself or someone else is playing a version of myself going through the same kinds of things that I went through, because I thought that was so deeply boring. I thought that was so uninteresting to me and therefore to an audience. And I think that I also had a gut reaction to, because it's like when you're a creator, a writer, whatever, and you get to go on these like meetings with executives, and they're just like vaguely feeling you out to see like what can we get from you in the future, right? It's like what can we mine from you, and it always felt like I resented that it seemed like they want that my only value was to be squeezed from this sort of like niche experience. It's like it felt
Tell us
very,
about your traumas or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah. It's like, it felt very like, give us the gay, give us a Latino, like, right? I have a very contrarian streak in me, and I think I immediately was like, no, actually, my movie's gonna be about something that's like complete. It's like about a robot or whatever, and then it's like,
A Midwestern football player.
a Midwestern food, which actually is I long to have my country era. I feel like
I mean, I think you're ready.
my country drag.
Yeah.
We're gonna do Friday Night Lights 2.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Like if Lady Gaga can have a country moment. But anyway, but then I feel like as I I don't want to say matured, but as I just like kept wrapping my mind around these moments that are very significant to me, and around seeing that this is actually more of a shared experience than it is because there's nothing worse than like a memoir from someone who's not interesting or done nothing. But
Was that a Melania Trump subtweet?
Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about the
we were just
Melania
talking,
memoir
talking about
backstage.
the
Yeah.
book trailers for the Melania book. That I felt more and more like, oh, this could be interesting, and it wasn't until I sat down and started abstracting the idea, and it wasn't until I realized, oh, actually, I can tell this story in a world where Craigslist is embodied by a character, right? And it wasn't until I started writing the character of Craigslist,
Larry Owens.
the
Genius.
magnificent Larry
He's
Owens.
so good, yeah.
That I was like, oh, I can actually tell this story that is actually very meaningful to me in a way that also feels like artistically true to me.
So to that end, we have a clip that we want to play for the audience. For anyone who hasn't seen this movie, and for those who have, you can indulge again. And this, I think this clip gives a really good example of what you're talking about, of how you're taking an experience that's shared by many, many people that you experienced yourself. In this case, the convoluted and very difficult to navigate immigration system, and you're making it in the film both playful, sinister, and most of all, very, very visual. So we'll talk about it after. Let's roll the clip.
The rules of the game are as follows. First, he must find a sponsor for a work visa. Then, he must submit it by paying application and lawyer fees, totaling up to around $6,000. And only then is Alejandro allowed to earn money. Money that he needs so he can submit his application to, well, earn money. And he must do it before the fall of the last grain of sand. The maze is impossible to navigate, unless, of course, he's willing to bend the rules. Cash. You need cash.
So one thing I love about this image is how immediately clear it seems to the viewer, but how no one else would have come up with it. Like the character Alejandro in the film is in this crazy situation where, as the narrator is saying you need all kinds of papers in order to be able to work, but you need money to show that you are, it doesn't make any sense. The order of these things makes no sense. And your character's crawling through this tiny, maze up and down a kind of chutes and ladders trap. How did you come up with that visual conceit?
Chutes and Ladders was a title that I entertained for the movie, by the way.
I love knowing that.
There she goes again.
There she goes again. There was a list of like 300 titles, but anyway.
Never mind.
And it was Snakes and Ladders, not Chutes and Ladders.
We're in there,
but
we're in there.
it was up there. It was up there. How did I come up with it? When I was writing it, I didn't fully see the structure in my head, but I knew that it ought to be like metallic in some way, because that's a very, I think, bureaucratic color. But I knew that it had to be a sort of cyclical and maddening, and like a little like hamster wheel feeling. But I hadn't exactly visualized what we ended up doing. And it wasn't until like having meetings with our production designer, Katie Byron, who made incredible work here. She also did The Curse, the series The Curse, those reflective houses.
Amazing,
in The Curse.
yeah.
And we were going back and forth, like sending each other drawings of like, how does this thing look like? How does this thing look like? And it wasn't until I was like, oh, maybe the desk in one of the rooms can lock with a vent in another one of the rooms, so that you keep going down. And also just the idea of, I really wanted to slide. I really wanted to like have that motion of like doing like a half cartwheel, and then it clicked, and then it was like, oh well, it should look like an office with a filing cabinet and all these things. And I do think that the image, it truly feels true to the feeling of, and not just immigration, but I think like, I don't know, canceling your gym account, or like
Impossible.
or an insurance nightmare, which is something that I haven't had, that I'm privileged to never had that, but having, people I love go through like, oh, I can't go to this doctor unless they prove that I do have this thing, and this thing isn't covered by this thing, and I think that just life today is so riddled with these man-made labyrinths that are life or death, but you feel like you are trapped in silently. And that is, the loneliness of that was something that when I was going through my visa hurdles, which obviously comparatively are very minor, but there's something very lonely about it. And I think that that image is very lonely, and I think the character is also very lonely, and I'm happy that we found something that communicates that.
I'm wondering, when Problemista, as well as, your other work is really concerned with these visual conceits that are kind of abstractions of kind of like the issues that you want to foreground. But I'm wondering if you're worried sometimes, or if it's something that you think about, how to balance these more like fanciful, surrealist elements with the subjectivity of the characters and their relationships between them. Because one thing that struck me about this movie was the relationship between your character, Alejandro, and the Tilda Swinton character, which seemed very developed and real, within that sort of kooky conceit, with the freezing and, all of that. If you haven't watched it, you should. With the freezing and everything.
Explain the freezing.
Okay, so basically Alejandro, Julio's character, the movie begins, he's working, he has a visa through a sponsorship with this concern that does cryogenics that freezes people until the moment where science catches up and they're able to come back alive, basically. And through that, he meets the Tilda Swinton character, whose husband, who is an artist, has been frozen, and she is kind of like, meanwhile, trying to preserve his legacy. Alejandro fucks up and is fired from the freezing concern, and then starts working for Tilda Swinton's character, and is really trying to get her to sponsor him so he can stay in the States. That was, but I'm
Beautifully done. Let's never overlook a synopsis when possible.
That's
Really,
you taught me that.
I thank you.
Mother.
It's something I try to pass on. Thank you.
That is the freezing thing. Yeah.
That is the freezing thing. But anyway, it's full of these, flights of fancy, of course, unrealistic and so on. But there is this very central relationship between Alejandro and Tilda's character, who is like a crazy lady, like a nightmare person, and like anyone who's had to work for like a nightmare person for their own kind of like bureaucratic reasons, like whether like a visa or like this is the last job available, I'm like going hungry, knows this type of relationship where like, oh my God, like what an absolute nightmare. And yet there is a kind of like affection that grows between them, it's kind of a complicated thing, right? So, sorry, this was a long-winded way of asking you about balancing the more fanciful elements and the kind of like realistic relationship-y elements in your work.
Yeah, the one word that I heard used to describe these elements that I think is actually very useful is calling them flourishes, because they are there to draw attention to the humanity in the work. They are there to highlight. They are not the plot in itself, right? If it were, then that's when you get into like Harry Potter or Marvel territory, right? But this is metaphor. This is meant to. When you see a surrealist painting, it is arresting and beautiful and touching if you feel like there's a beating heart behind it, rather than like this painter just thought of the craziest thing they could think of and like put it on a canvas, right? But so these flourishes are there in service of the humanity in the film. That limbo, which that set design we kept referring to it as the bureaucratic limbo, is there in service of the feelings of the protagonist. But in terms of to get more granular about like how do you know when to stop, budget.
Yeah. There it is.
Because oh my God, like the earlier versions of this script, there were spaceships, it was madness, and I do, for some reason, I keep thinking of my work through the lens of how would it be judged on Project Runway?
That's
Like-
how we all think of our work.
Like
Heidi Klum is like, this part is fucked up, Julio. This is
Well,
bullshit."
because sometimes I often see a film that is so clean and elegant and slick and has one protagonist and one journey, and that it's a gorgeous draping and it's so flattering to the body, and then it's so effortless, and then everyone's like, wow, that's like, it's an Oscar de la Renta, that's absolutely gorgeous. And then I feel like I see my thing come down the runway, and I'm just like, oh my God, I gave her a hat and 2 bags. And it's just like, oh God.
Michael
And-
Kors is not pleased.
yeah, and there's like, where is she going? Where is she? And I'm
Your
like,
model is like obviously upset.
yeah, my model is just like holding back tears because her success is tied to my success. But when it works, it's so gratifying, right? And it's when you do something that feels different and new, is just infinitely. I always much rather see someone fail at doing something incredibly ambitious than at seeing something I've seen before.
Okay, so this leads, yeah, absolutely
That's
worthy
right.
of applause. This sentiment. So this leads into something I've been wondering, which is, we were talking a little bit about your own biography, your own life, how it's reflected in this film. You come to New York, you're a student, you get into the stand-up comedy scene. Most stand-up comedy is not your kind of stand-up comedy. Most stand-up comedy, I'm guessing, that you're seeing around, the various performing venues in New York, is like someone, not to stereotype, but maybe dressed in some kind of schlubby concoction of, whatever, and telling kind of jokes, maybe girlfriend jokes or maybe personal life jokes or whatever, and then you arrive. How did you know that you were funny? How did you know that the comedy world was for you? Was this something that from a young age you were like, I am funny and they must hear me, or did you come to it later?
You are right in that I mean, I do think that the landscape has changed significantly within the last few years. Definitely when it wasn't that long ago that I feel like I was beginning comparatively, and there were no such thing as like queer only open mics or the landscape was just completely different. And yes, you are right that it was a lot of the same, very like joke efficient, sort of like your stereotype of what a stand-up comedian is, right? But feeling like I was standing outside of everything, like show business, creativity related. I had no idea how to become a film writer and a TV writer, which was what I wanted to do, and those worlds felt so impenetrable. It felt like I needed to know someone who knew someone who knew someone who knew someone. It felt like, or maybe I had to go to school all over again to have like some kind of a degree that would actually open doors or whatever. And really, like, yes, that stand-up world was so different than me, and I never in a million years would have seen myself in it. But it was the door that was unlocked. It was the door that I could be like, oh, there are actually free open mics where you can just go, and anyone, they won't stop you, can go and
You with the shapes.
and,
No.
and perform. And there was something very like, yeah, for all of its faults and how homogenous that world is, I was able to just go and stand behind a microphone, right? I can't just decide I want to go to NYU. I can't just say like, oh, I actually would like to get a Tisch degree, and it's like,
Sort of
it's like,
depends. Some people do that.
yeah.
Some
but,
people, yeah.
But so it just felt like, oh, I can actually walk through this door, and maybe it'll lead to something. And stand-up was just at the beginning, it felt like a way of showcasing my writing without needing to jump through any more hurdles.
Yeah.
And then I became in love with performing, which is not something I ever had any interest in doing.
Did you like discover yourself as a performer? I mean,
Yes,
yeah.
it something clicked when someone, one of my like open mic peers, came up to me and said like, oh, I love the character that you do when you're performing. And I was like, thanks.
Oh no.
But it was like, oh, I'm going slow because I when you don't know how to do something, you do it slowly. But then I don't know. I just became comfortable in it, and then it became a sort of a arena to explore themes and ideas that, you know, one became a movie, another became a special, and yeah.
Well, it's so interesting you say that because you're describing a world, stand-up specifically, performance, where you're kind of circumventing whatever perceived like gatekeepers, right? Might be sort of in the way of self-expression. But then you also go to work for Saturday Night Live, which I think of as the ultimate gate-kept space, right? It's like, on some level, the Citadel, it's like the place that manufactured the stereotype that you felt you didn't fit into. So I'm just wondering what it was like to suddenly negotiate your sensibility with this machine that is built to sort of mass entertain in a way that wasn't necessarily part of your vision. How did you find a way to fit in there? Like, I just imagine you bringing, like, I've got this idea about the font papyrus, Lorne Michaels, and he's like, run with it. Or, you know, like, your ideas on that show seem to always be this interesting balancing of sensibilities.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I did it by not even attempting to fit in, by not even giving that a shot, because I, you know, and I will say, like, as a young person watching that show, there was the kind of sketch that I adored, like, it was just like anything with Maya Rudolph, the Donatello Versace sketches and all those things, and there was like a week where I was like, maybe I'll write one of those, and it's just like, oh, actually, this is like me admiring something that's just I just can't do. I just can't. But so I really, I don't know. I've become used to the idea of not quite fitting into any of these disciplines, and just hoping that the fact that it's different or that it resonates is enough, right? And I did, and I go back to those like early open mic days where like that incredibly homogenous, straight-laced, whatever group of people, they grew like I don't know, they grew to be friends and like delighted and be like, what is this? Yeah, like bring like, yeah, the weird kid should be here too. and then I've always sort of liked that, and I think that like the same thing became true in Saturday Night Live, where I am grateful that I was able to do work that feels personal and feels very wholly in what I'm interested in, and that I was just sort of allowed to let be, which that is like I think like such a gift, and not something that everyone gets. But because I was like, oh, if they don't like this, what, they're gonna fire me? Like, I have lived many years without this job.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in hearing a little bit more about what type of either comedy or like TV or movies where you, when you were young, you admired, you gravitated towards in a way that later influenced you. When you were like, I don't know, a kid in El Salvador, and were you like, oh my God, this is the funniest movie ever, like I wish I could do this? Or do you have like signposts?
Yeah, I mean, I had a sort of very like eclectic I keep holding back from saying media diet because that feels such a like eye-rolly.
You're with a bunch of friends.
Yeah.
Say whatever you want to say.
Yeah. Who came up with that media diet?
It sounds like New York Magazine.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say it's like Vulture or something.
Yeah,
I don't think like a 5-year-old
has
a media diet.
Pooling Vulture. But my mother watched a lot of Brazilian soap operas, like telenovelas that are very, very different than Mexican telenovelas, because
How so? Yeah.
well, Mexican telenovelas are very they're very melodramatic, obviously, right? That's the trope of a soap opera. And they're very, they're almost like a fairy tale minus the magic, because it's
It's like fate and kind of.
yes, exactly.
Just faint and never get up.
Yeah.
No dwarves appear.
Right.
Fate and faint.
Yeah, and but Brazilian soap operas have an element of magical realism, have an element of things that go unexplained. I very, very vividly remember this one where there was a character who throughout the whole and by the way, the setup is different. These are ostensibly limited series as opposed to like A Days of Our Lives that goes on forever and ever, right? So for throughout the whole series, there was this character in the basement. There was this character who had to get locked in the basement every time there was a full moon.
Oh,
And
no.
it's like they had to lock this guy in the basement every time there's a full moon. And he's a minor character. Side note, he needs to be locked in the basement whenever there's a full moon.
Was it like werewolf adjacent?
Okay, and then at the end, he goes outside when there's a full moon, but he has chained himself to the house.
To save the rest of humanity.
And there's a full moon, and he rises up to, like the moon is pulling him, and the explanation was he is in love with the moon, and that's why he has to get locked up.
And that's it.
And that's it. But that is such a powerful, vivid, gorgeous. It's such a beautiful metaphor for love. It's such a
Yeah.
and it's
Wow.
it's so potent, and it's
The tides, etc.
But like, was it the moon who said he needs to go? Like, I can't take this guy anymore.
No, the
Lock
moon.
his
The
ass
moon
up.
was like, I need him now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, classic thwarted lovers. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
So was there anything else? That is a very striking
no,
number
and
one.
that's not the only thing I
So
watched.
that was part of your media diet.
So that was part of the media diet. I, for some reason, at the time in El Salvador, we had, I remember cable.
Yes.
Yeah, we had cable, but our cable company stole the signal from the local New York one.
No
so,
way.
so I would watch local New York news.
Oh wow, I love.
It's the
that.
moon guy and Rudy Giuliani
and
is
Chuck
what you grew up on?
Scarborough and
Mayor Juliana. Mayor
and,
Juliana.
so I would watch the Grand Prospect Hall
No.
commercials as a kid in El Salvador, and I was just like, oh yeah, the Grand Prospect Hall. We make your dreams come true. Yeah. But also through that, I would watch Late Night with Conan O'Brien was a huge influence. Who is in his own way just doing these unexplained flights of fancy that you don't
It sort
have
of
to.
looks like magical realism.
It
as
sort
well.
of looks like magical realism, yeah. Also, we're also sort of magical realist. I saw Ally McBeal.
Oh, that had elements. That had
certainly elements
the
of it.
baby and all the sudden.
Just like
inexplicable-
visual gags.
Yeah.
That just and I really loved that show as a child. I loved Ally McBeal.
She was a single woman in the big city making it on her own.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. In the big city being Boston.
I mean, relatively big city.
In the medium city, trying to.
We also know that Disney was big for you. This is something that we've discussed.
Yes. I also very, very as a little kid, I any fairy tale, any 90s Disney animation was very I don't know, most children around the world very important to me, and it was they make one a year, and which one is the one that we're getting this year, right? And my favorite one was The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Quasi.
It's not a conventional choice.
That is a deep cut favorite, man.
Yeah.
But
I love that. I remember that. I remember loving that.
it's
Why is that your favorite?
because it's so melodramatic. It's so like the way they animate the Gothic architecture of the cathedral, and it's so like there's something like very dark about it, and it's not even it like attempts and fails at being fun and cute. In a way that I really, really like. Like you can feel the studio notes where they were like, okay, well, can the gargoyles sing?
He's not likable enough.
We get it. He's in a tower, but can he have friends?
Yeah. And it's like, well, okay, well, she can't kiss him. But also Demi Moore voices Esmeralda, which I
The
did
Substance.
from The Substance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Demi Moore.
Demi
The
Moore from
Substance
The
is Demi
Substance.
Moore was
The Sub-
before that.
I mean,
Esmeralda.
come
G.I.
on,
Jane's Demi
like
Moore.
what a career! Like The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Charlie's Angels Full Throttle, The Substance. Those are like three like gay boy icons.
I'm glad that The Substance, a film that came out about 6 weeks ago, has already made it right on there.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. But those movies really informed Problemista in the way that we decided to shoot that, and there is this. I've never worked in animation, so I don't know if you would call this, but there's this opening camera move that all these films do, where the camera glides over what will be the setting of the film, and then when the music crescendos, you get to the big structure, architectural or otherwise, where the movie will revolve around. So in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, you're gliding over Paris, and you end up in Notre Dame. And Beauty and the Beast, you glide over the town and you end up in the castle. In The Lion King, you glide over the savannah and you end up in the big rock. So so it was very, very intentional that in my movie you glide over the forest and you end up in the cave, right? And it really, I think, I've had this sort of love-hate relationship with that genre. Love because it brought me so much joy as a child, and hate because of the capitalist context in which that entertainment exists, right? And like the immigrant experience tied to that of America drawing you in, seducing you, but then
Pushing you away.
pushing you away, drawing you in. Like it's like the experience of coming to New York, right? Hug, oh so cool that you're here. Oh, you don't have money, good luck, right? And it's whatever horrible, heartbreaking geopolitical conflict is happening in the world, you always see children in the most harrowing circumstances wearing Disney merch. And there's something that is so insidious and heartbreaking about that when you're a grown up and you start connecting the dots a little more.
Was Disney for you? You mentioned that sort of these American culture products had sort of made their way directly into your life via the movies and television. But was Disney to you, even when you were a kid, specifically American? Was it something that you were receiving as a way to understand this place that you had theretofore only imagined?
No, I mean that company does a very good job at keeping it global, intentionally, right? And
Simba is African.
Simba is Africa. Yeah,
Yeah.
Michael J. Fox. Yeah. No, they felt like any piece of art resonates with a young person. They felt like they articulated something about you, right? I feel like the Americana came through more through like television, and then also realizing that if I want to one day be one of those creators, I have to be in that place. and so that was the push and pull.
Well, so Julio, I'm hearing you talk a little bit in this. You know, politics keeps creeping in, and it's something that it's coming into our conversation in subtle but definite ways, I feel. And I want to go at it a little more directly, you know, in part because it's spooky season with Halloween, but also the election coming up. And in part because, you know, I feel that politics has become a real through line in your work. I mean, in your latest show, Phantasmas, the lead character who you play is kind of plagued by this question of whether or not to get something called a proof of existence. It's like, you know, any ID card that you might have to get, like a passport or a driver's license, except it's the ultimate. Do you even exist? If you don't have this, do you even exist in the system? That seems to me like a very pointed critique of the way some of these things you're talking about, the way that bureaucracy kind of can either erase you or make you real. You know, when you go into making a piece of work like Problemista or like Phantasmas, you know, are you thinking, oh, how can I approach the politics I want to discuss? Do you think that there's something to be said for abstraction as a way to bring out certain political realities, you know, because this isn't hard realism in a way that something like realism can't or misses certain elements of the experience?
Yeah, I mean, the Phantasmas, that show is very abstracted, but it is, I think, very rooted in, it feels real because the hurdles feel very real, and I have become very interested in this idea that, like, more and more increasingly, New York feels like you're either like logistically, infrastructurally, bureaucratically in it, or you're completely out. It's becoming very, very difficult to even get on the subway if you only have cash. The tap to pay thing, I think, will soon be the only way of getting in. And what does that mean? You need a smartphone. It needs to be charged. Or not, I don't know. But you need a smartphone working. And it has to be synced with a bank. And all these things that, like, you know, for most people in this room, most of our listeners, me right now, it's sort of second nature. But that is not the real experience of every human being in New York that needs to take the train. And it just, just those feelings of something clicks when you start to realize that what you feel is felt by other people, and I think that abstraction is a way of inviting other people into that. In earlier versions, the proof of existence was actually credit score of the earlier versions of the
Yeah,
scripts.
anyone who's tried to rent an apartment as an immigrant knows about that.
I still to this day, no credit score, no credit card.
Same.
Yeah.
Same?
Yeah, good for you. But I mean, no, terrible for us. But it was credit score because that was my lived experience, right? And like trying to rent an apartment is such a and then it's like at the time when I was writing this show, I was moving apartments and having just directed a movie with A24 starring Tilda Swinton, having written Saturday Night Live, blah, 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 blah. It's like having to just prove that you exist to landlords. And there's something so ghostly and desperate about that. And there's this thing that I kept coming across over and over again where the credit score became such a hurdle, and it even got to the point where I was like, I will like pay a year of rent up front so that there's a credit score, whatever, right? The purpose of the credit score is to prove that you can afford the rent. Right. Here I am saying I pay a year of rent up front. And I felt such a king when I offered that. I felt such a lord when I offered that. And then over and over and over again, they kept saying, no, we need a credit score. So it's like, okay, so then we're agreeing that it's not about the money then. It's about the kind of person that you're renting this apartment to, right? I was turned down from one of these apartments after offering the year of rent upfront in favor of someone who, and I quote, had overqualified guarantors. Rich parents. Yeah, right. So it just became this thing of like, oh my God. So it is actually like a generational access to these spaces that feels like.
We don't want that money you just earned.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah.
that.
Yeah, what
Do you just get this from somebody?
Yeah, exactly. They just gave this to you like not that long ago.
Keep that, please.
Yeah, and in writing the show, it was credit score was the hurdle, but a friend of mine who worked on the show, and we became friends since then, had the brilliant idea of like abstracting it further, and that is how the proof of existence came about through my friend Neha's recommendation, and it's because it's like, yeah, she accurately detected that like my work thrives better when it's, or that show specifically, I should say, thrived better when it was when you were seeing it from a broken mirror almost, right?
So we're going to go in 1 second to audience questions, but there's one final thing I want to ask you. You had mentioned, Julio, I'm just going to give everyone a little peek into the behind the scenes process. When we all chatted earlier this week, we were talking about the election, we were talking about first Trump era, and when you really came up as a professional and as a comedian, and we were asking you what trends you had seen in comedy then, and you said comedy became much kinder, and that wasn't necessarily a good thing. So can you expound a little bit on this theory of kind comedy and tell us, if you've seen any other changes in comedy, or what you kind of expect, what direction comedy might go in, or you might want it to go in?
Well, actually, I don't necessarily think that. I think my sentiment is broader than that, and is that as a reaction to the first Trump administration, kindness became commodified. Kindness became. It used to be like, when I was growing up, you'd hear sex sells, right? And then now it feels like corporations are like, oh God, everyone is so scared. All right, let's make it seem kind. And then it's just sort of like everything is sort of infantilizing. Like these like grown-up sodas. Like it's very like
Pinky Pop.
Recess. It's very like we're little kids, and there's something to me like insidious about that, because they are reacting to the fact that people are scared and feel like they need a hand to hold, and so they're like, all right, make it a pastel gradient, and then they'll buy it because they'll feel safe, and it's like I was just sort of like obsessed with this like graphic design trend. And I was looking at, how like every like graphic design for like there's a very like millennial graphic design right now of like people are very like two-dimensional, and they're like smiley, and they're like the edges aren't sharp, they're smooth, and there's this on Amazon. There's this page of like your prescriptions delivered to you. And they explain how that works, and they explain how that works almost as if they look almost as like a kids book illustrations of how you get your prescriptions. Mm-hmm. Never mind to be like it's a way of saying like prescriptions, getting prescriptions is a very stressful thing, but don't worry, this is kind, this is nice. Just lay back, we'll take care of it. Never mind that we're also rattled and nervous and scared because places such as Amazon exist, right? So it's like they are both the problem and the solution. And I feel like this kindness thing, I don't have a problem with I do love the idea of living in a kind
We're back to the
world,
hugging.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like, but it's when that feels cynical and it's just a marketing tool that I get a little allergic.
Kind capitalism. I think you've hit on something
Yeah, kind
really,
capitalism,
really
yeah.
big. Okay, so we're going to go to audience questions. We have, guys, I'm getting them live right here. We have some great questions, and we don't have a lot of time. I want to try a bit of a rapid fire, because some of them are for us, too. Okay, Julio, what colors do each of the hosts of Critics at Large represent?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, I don't know that I know.
It might be
you
too high
so-
pressure.
So deeply.
If you'd want to pass, say pass, we're moving right on. We will not hold it against
I
you.
will say this conversation has felt green.
Green.
Yeah.
Perfect. And since you're
Fertile,
wearing green,
productive.
I
The
love it.
conversation has
The
felt
conversation,
good.
I think, is one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
we-
okay.
yeah. Don't individuate.
That's
The
a good
conversation.
question, though. That's a
It's a
good
great question. Okay, Julio, would you ever write, direct a movie for Disney and try to subvert or critique it from the inside, similar to what Greta Gerwig did with Barbie?
And by the look on your
if
face, do
indeed
you
she
think
did
that
that.
is what happened? Do you accept the premise of that? Trying to get Julio Torres to talk shit. Do you think that that's what that movie was about?
I don't know that I would earnestly be able to feel like I did that successfully unless the way in which it's made and the way that money is moved around. So if I'm gonna talk the talk, I should walk the walk. If I take such a project hypothetically, but I never like dream of working with or for X, Y, C. I like being over here.
And that's where we like you. Julio, who/what are your artistic influences, and do you consider yourself a surrealist?
Every time I make something, I think I'm being so straightforward. I do. And people are like, I love how crazy it is. And I'm like, is it? But I don't know. I kind of think that's not for me to say. But my influences are very surreal. Sorry, the first part of the question is regarding influences, right?
Influences.
Yeah. I mean, lately I've been very drawn to like Lenore Carrington and Remedios Varo and I mean, extremely corny to say, but in terms of like artistic practice, my parents, my mother have been a big influence in that like sometimes she'll design shoes, sometimes she'll design a table, sometimes she'll design and it's very like sort of like free flowing and just creativity for the sake of creativity and collaborative and not pigeonholed in anything, which is sort of the kind of artistic life I want to live. Of like, maybe it's a movie right now, or maybe actually that wasn't a good movie idea. It's a Halloween costume, It's like, yeah.
This is a question for Julio and the hosts. As critics of the world around you, each of you have such clarity and confidence in your own perspectives. How did you find that confidence when you first started out, and how has your point of view evolved over time?
I think I used to think I knew more than I do now. Like I think I used to be like I remember being 10 or something, and my best friend at the time said to me, "You're always so sure of your opinions." And I was like, yeah, I know, because I'm always right. And now I think as the years go on, I've retained some of that for sure. I don't think you can be a critic without having that, but I'm definitely like softer and less determined, and I'm willing to have my mind changed, I think. Does that answer the question?
I think it does.
I don't know.
Vincent.
I come from critical stock. I will say that. Shout out to my parents if they're watching the live stream. Yeah.
I think generally, if you're trying to make or do or say interesting things, the intuition comes pretty early that you have to just make the first mark, like just say something or literally make a mark in a drawing or like whatever, write a sentence. And that like the sort of revisionary impulse has to come second. Like if you are waiting around to be totally certain, at a certain point you realize that you will then never do or say anything. So I think like anxiety of that, like stasis, is what leads me often to like say things and then interrogate whether I mean them. And like that negotiation, like saying, thinking, writing, thinking, is like actually the process of making anything. How about you, Julio?
Well, I guess obviously the question hits different for me because I'm not a critic, but just I feel like but I think that obviously like this idea of point of view, right? That these aren't like commandments or laws or this isn't like God speaking through me or it's just the world as I see it and I feel it, and hoping that is universal, not universal, but even like more even like felt by at least one other person or however many other people are needed in order for this project to exist. But yeah, just this idea that it's coming from where I'm standing, not having the hubris of saying this is how this is, but this is how I see it. And I feel like there should be more I statements in criticism generally, like I blah 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 I and because sometimes it feels like oh I didn't know this was supposed to be like that, and it's like oh no, that's how that person observed it, and sometimes it's like you need the context of where that person is coming from. What do they like? What do they not like? And yeah, sorry, that was a far less articulate answer than the two critics, but yeah.
Alice,
like
what about
it.
you?
Oh my goodness.
I love your point of view. Where does it come from?
Oh, Vincent, I'm so touched.
It's true.
I don't know where my point of view comes from, but I think I can say this, which is I really like that the person who asked this question asked about confidence, because that's, I think, you can't do criticism and you can't make art without that. And so you have to find the way that you can nurture that in yourself. And I think you have to just have that private voice that says, yes, you can. Like when you like something, when you love something, your voice says, I love this. And then it says, why? I want to find out why. So it's not just confidence, it's also really curiosity. And the same thing is true if you hate something or you don't like something. Why? What happened? So you have to have that. You absolutely have to think you're right in the moment. And for me, a big problem is always expressing it, how to express it. Like you asked about, or this question asked about when you were first starting out. When I first was starting out, I found it very hard to write. And it was so, so hard, but I felt like I had to because I had confidence in what I wanted to say, and it had to be expressed. Otherwise, I wouldn't get to express it, and if someone else did, I'd feel very upset. And so competition with yourself. But then I would say the final part is what Nomi said at the start, which is you absolutely have to be open to changing your mind. And if you don't change your mind, something is probably really off with you and with the process. So it's great. Thanks. Like, I absolutely love talking to these guys because I love arguing with them. I love when we disagree, and I love, trying to poke little holes and have little holes poked at me because that's the way to grow, and I love that experience.
But I also feel very relieved when you also don't like something that I don't like.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
Vincent.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. We absolutely love company.
That's right.
So, okay, we have 45 seconds left, and we have one final question, which I really like, for Julio, which is, in an industry that feeds off authenticity, how do you decide what to give the world and what to keep sacred for yourself?
Oh, that's a very good question. Yeah, I think I'm learning where that line is, but I feel like there are generally things that happen to us that feel interesting, and there are things that happen to us which don't feel interesting to share. And if they do feel interesting, and your brain latches onto them, then I think like art, then good art could potentially come of it. I always think that if I were a pop star, if I were like a pop musician, sure, I would have a private life and breakups and heartache and all these things, but I don't think that would be anywhere in my songs. I feel like my songs would be about like the injustices of filling out paperwork.
For instance.
Because that's what my brain latches onto. That's what that is that and yeah, I'm like
365 party girl.
yeah, I'm like no one's here about a breakup. What?
The 1099 blues.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you, Julio, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much.
And thank you so much to my fearless co-hosts, Vincent and Nomi. And of course,
you,
my
Alex.
sincere thanks to all of you for joining us and supporting the festival and the magazine as a whole. Thank you, guys. And a reminder that you can follow Critics at Large wherever you listen to podcasts. From all of us at The New Yorker, we hope you have a wonderful rest of your Sunday.
Yay!
I have heard that they're serving cocktails in the lobby, and that a certain number of you have partaken of this. Is that, raise your hand, who's guilty?
God bless you.
Yeah, exactly. This is Rachel Maddow. Welcome, Rachel. Well, it's not coming up on my screen, so somebody will get it for me. Ah, there it is. Okay. And I'm David Remnick, editor of The New Yorker. And this is it's really hard for me to believe, it is the 25th New Yorker Festival. And we are entering year 100 of the existence of the magazine. And knock on wood, another 100 years for us. On behalf of the magazine, I am absolutely thrilled to welcome Rachel. If I have to tell you who she is and what she's done, you don't deserve to be here. But I do want to say that she has been a clarion voice, a clarifying voice for years now on radio, in books, and of course on MSNBC. And she's someone I admire for her intelligence and the uniqueness of her ability to tell a story and fact. And she's also an extraordinary human being, just an incredibly kind and decent person. I couldn't be more thrilled to have you here. So thank you. A little piece of business. Before we begin, there's a quick reminder to please silence your cell phones. Refrain from, does anybody take flash photography anymore? Well, don't. And if you're inclined to post on social media, well then God bless you. The festival hashtag is New Yorker Fest. We've got about an hour together, including time at the end for questions. Those questions will magically appear on this screen because you will have texted them in to the number that's, is it behind me? Yeah? Okay, good. So you know what to do. And we really will have time for your questions, and we want to hear them, and I know Rachel does. This event would not be possible without your support. I don't mean to be too presumptuous, but I mean New Yorker subscribers, so thank you. Thank you. Those few of you who don't subscribe, for your children, your grandchildren, your nephews, nieces, and all those people, the way to do it is to go to NewYorker.com and proceed from there, and I would appreciate that too. So, without further ado, let us start. Rachel, let's start with something incredibly cheerful. About a mile up the road, at Madison Square Garden, I could tell because on the subway down here I was surrounded by people who were not going here, alas, but going to Madison Square Garden. You could tell by the hats. Something very ominous is occurring. There's a rally, a MAGA rally, a Trump rally at Madison Square Garden, and the resonance of it are obvious, or maybe not so obvious, but I'd like you to describe what you think the resonances are of that rally at Madison Square Garden.
So, lots of things have happened at Madison Square Garden. It is, I think, it's telling that when Trump announced it, immediately people started talking about February 1939 and the German-American Bund holding their rally there, which I want to say was infamous, or their very famous rally there. It actually wasn't that well known. It wasn't sort of a cultural touchstone in American life until fairly recently. There was a beautiful short film that was made about it that raised awareness about it, but also people just started talking about it and citing it and incorporating it into our popular history of what's happened in this city and in this country in the past century. And that historical presence of that Bund rally is itself an interesting thing. Because I think 10 years ago or 15 years ago, most Americans would not have known that happened. And now we find that Trump is doing one of these final closing argument rallies, and he's doing it there, and we all think of that. So it tells you kind of where our heads are. It also tells you, I think, something important about history, which is that we tell ourselves the stories from our history that we think we need today. So we're talking a lot about authoritarianism, fascism. We're talking a lot about Hitler. We're talking a lot about stuff that was considered to be off the deep end in terms of mainstream electoral discussion not that long ago, but we're doing it because we are trying to grasp and put in real context the threat that this very new type of American politician represents in 2024. So I am not afraid of the Madison Square Garden rally. I think, like I said, a lot of stuff has happened there. In 2004, Madison Square Garden is where the Republicans all wore Band-Aids as a joke to mock John Kerry's war wounds. 1964, actually this date, 1964, 60 years ago today, was Barry Goldwater's closing argument rally before the 1964 election, in which he railed against desegregation, got a 28-minute standing ovation, and proclaimed that he was about to win the presidency in the greatest upset in the history of American politics. He did not. 10 years before that, in 1954, there was a huge rally, 13,000 people at the Garden, to try to head off the censure of Joe McCarthy. And Roy Cohn spoke at that, and Gerald L.K. Smith, one of America's all-time Hall of Fame anti-Semites, was there. William F. Buckley was there. Members of Congress were there. It was organized, in terms of the crowd, organized in large part by the National Renaissance Party, which was a uniformed stormtrooper-style Nazi militia that wore swastika armbands. So Madison Square Garden has had its moments. And you may choose one of these analogies instead of the 39 rally. But I think it tells you something about where our heads are at, that those are the kinds of things we're looking for.
We're certainly not thinking about the Knicks, that's for sure. But when you watch Marshall Curry's short film, I think it's about 7 minutes long, and it involves the head of the German-American Bund speaking, and by the way, being attacked by a counter-demonstrator, and then this guy's beaten into submission. What's amazing is the stagecraft is right out of what would be a Leni Riefenstahl movie. It was Nazism. People wearing armbands, doing the Nazi salute, the rest. If you were to propose this to Donald Trump, he would say, oh, come on, get over it. I was president from 2016 to 2020. This business of fascism and authoritarianism is just wildly overblown. What say you?
I mean, the thing about Curry's film that I think made it land so viscerally is that it seemed really foreign, right? I mean, the film features Fritz Kuhn, who was the head of the German-American Bund, who did want fashion himself, wanted to be America's Führer. Part of the problem, the reason he never did, is because he spoke with an unpenetrably thick German-American accent. It's kind of put people off a little bit.
It was very reassuring.
It was reassuring in a way. Oh, this is a foreign thing. But actually, if you look at Ken Burns' film on America and the Holocaust, he features not just footage of Kuhn, but also of other figures in the German-American Bund who did not have accents at all, and who were preaching the same anti-Semitic bile. And part of our dissonance there is, how is this America? This seems like such a foreign thing. But then you see the George Washington banners that are hanging on the opposite sides of the stage. Actually, the National Renaissance Party, that group that I just referenced from the 1954 rally at the Garden, the leader of the National Renaissance Party published a book titled Adolf Hitler, Europe's George Washington. Right, so there's this effort to take foreign fascism and make it seem American, and our dissonance there is in, how can this possibly be homegrown? But I feel like what's more helpful to me, the sort of better, I don't know if it's analogy or touchstone or what the right word is, but knowing that, Italian fascism was the most Italian thing possible. German fascism was the most German thing possible. Spanish fascism was the most Spanish thing possible. And American fascism would not be foreign. It would be uber patriotic. It would be nationalist in a purely American sense. It would not have an accent. And that is fascism is nationalism at its core. It's not sufficient, but it's necessary. And, Hitler and Mussolini, they did favors to one another. They got along, but They rejected the idea that either of them had imported anything across boundaries because everything had to seem like it was of the nation, for the nation. And when we talk about making America great again, and we talk about the threat of an authoritarian takeover in the United States in the form of Trumpism, it is not something foreign. It is something that's coming from a fascist place that is a recurring ebbing and waning, ebbing and flowing tide that we've faced in multiple generations.
Is Donald Trump a fascist?
Yes.
Liz, to reassure you, Liz Cheney said the same thing sitting in that
Well,
chair yesterday.
Liz Cheney and I obviously have always agreed on everything.
Exactly.
So
I thought that's true.
We go way back. I mean,
But if he's a fascist, is he a self-conscious one?
I don't think it matters. I mean, I think that Robert Paxton's definition of fascism is the most useful, and he describes sort of the messaging that brings fascists to power and then what happens once fascists are in power. And I think Paxton's key insight was to say their policies don't matter. Like what they say they want to do with government doesn't matter, and they never hold to what they say they're going to do with government. And so if you can sort of set that aside and look at the way they claim power, it's almost always the same messaging. It is, we are a nation in decline. We used to be great. We're no longer great. We have been humiliated. Everybody's laughing at us. We've been victimized by traitors within, stab in the back. Who has sold us out? Who provides the explanation for why we are no longer great? Well, it's an all-powerful enemy that is within that we need to root out, and normal tactics don't work against them. It's a group that is among us and also above us, and they're scheming against us, and we need to turn our force against them. The immigrants, the liberals, the Jews, whoever you want your scapegoat to be. And once you've defined this superhuman enemy that has ruined the nation, that needs to be opposed, well, you can't do that with electoral politics. You can't do that with democracy, because what is democracy? Democracy is the process by which we all, as equal citizens, participate in a group decision about what's going forward. We can't, about what we want going forward. You can't have that if there's an enemy among us who is subverting everything that's great about this nation. They can't participate. And so therefore, we can't use democratic means. We're in an emergency situation. We need extraordinary means. Maybe we'll get democracy back someday, but we can't use it now. And you know what? It might have to get a little bloody. We might need a little bit of violence just to save the nation just this once. And when you've sold that, and you've sold always alongside it, that journalists are the enemy, that science is the enemy, that there's no such thing as facts, that the leader has a will and instincts that are not fact-checkable, that are just true because he embodies the nation, then what you end up with is a cult of personality with untrammeled power, with no source of power other than that which derives from the leader, where the only way that anybody else gets anything in the society or in the government is by untrammeled loyalty to the leader. And then you get eliminationist violence toward the scapegoat. And then it's the end. And it's the same message everywhere. It's the same stupid, simple, satisfying, pacifying pablum everywhere, no matter what accent you speak it in. And the result is always the same. And so whether you're promising to build a wall or whether you're promising to regain your colonies, the message appeals in a powerful, guttural way that I think we haven't contended with very well.
You wrote a book called Prequel. You wrote it with a purpose. You titled it with a purpose.
Yeah, a little on the nose with the title, I know.
That's fine. And came out to some degree, I think, out of the podcast Ultra as well. Tell me about the generation of that book and your intent. Because you could have chosen to write any number of books. You chose that.
I want us to understand previous fights with fascism, domestic fascism in this country, not because I want to make us feel like, oh, we're never going to beat this thing, but because I want us to be proud that we have beat it in the past, and I want the Americans who were good at fighting previous generations of fascists to be famous. And almost none of them are. In Prequel and in Ultra, this podcast that I've done a couple series of, almost none of the good guys are people anybody have heard of. And I'm just trying to, I'm their PR agent. I'm going back and finding dead anti-fascists in American history who did good work.
In order
and
to
I'm trying to
inspire
make them
new
known.
ones.
In order to learn from them, you know? It's copy their work. It worked then. It might work now. Try it again.
What's radically different between the history described in Prequel and the history that we're living through now is that in Prequel, the bad guys are plenty powerful. Henry Ford, huge industrialist. Charles Coughlin, Father Coughlin, had how many listeners on a given night? 30 million?
I mean, in a time we only had 130 million people in the country, he was getting 20 and 30 million people listening to him
So
weekly.
more than Tucker Carlson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think inarguably the most dominant media figure there's ever been in American history.
But they weren't president of the United States. That seems to be the elemental difference between Prequel and sequel. What are the origins of Donald Trump, in your view? In other words, if you grew up here, he was an 80s figure in the jokescape of New York life. He was a kind of seedy, skeezy real estate dealer who was on the phone to the New York Post every day of his life. He wanted to be famous. He wanted to be rich. He didn't play by the rules. He was kind of funny. He'd be on the cover of Spy magazine. He was that figure. And now he's this figure. How did that happen and why?
I'm going to say something that is not nice, which is that I don't care about Donald Trump as a person at all. I mean, I care about him as, I care about him as my fellow man. Like, I think we all, need to recognize the humanity in everyone.
Up to a point.
Well, yeah. But I don't, failed watercolorist or whatever Hitler was, right? Like Benito Mussolini, like small fry journalist. Okay, do I care? I don't care. I don't think it's the most important thing about them. Are there things in their individual biographies that might explain why they developed the yen that they had to try to become strongmen, leaders and oppressors? Maybe. What I think is the importance of Trump is his message. So he's telling, I will protect you.
But if I can interrupt, Rachel, forgive me. What I mean is the social conditions that allowed him to be it. In other words, wait. If you looked at it in the case of Hitler, there's the Treaty of Versailles, the humiliation post the First World War, economic conditions, Weimar, all that. What's the analogy here?
There isn't one. I don't think that authoritarianism rises out of economic conditions. I think that there are complicated, difficult, and in some cases incredibly oppressive economic and social conditions that give rise to all sorts of things. The question is whether or not authoritarianism will rise. And authoritarianism rises because you get a talented demagogue who uses the constant grievances that are always there and channels them into a simple solution. I will take care of you. I will be your protector. All of these things in politics that vex you and that you worry about and that we've been fighting about for so long, you will no longer have to worry about them. You will no longer have to think about them. They will be settled. You will not have to vote again. The people who annoy you and who make you uncomfortable and who disagree with you will disappear. And the really vexatious ones, the ones who really bug you, we may execute them on television, and it'll be fun. It is a future in which politics doesn't exist because the good guys won and they're going to rule forever. And you can sell that to people who are in great need of relief economically or socioeconomically or who have faced various kinds of oppression. But you can also apparently sell it to billionaires. And it is that strongman message has always worked to a certain degree on everybody who's had it sold to them, including the United States, including Americans. This one happened to latch onto the power of a political party that did not have defenses to gatekeep a force like this. And by latching itself onto the Republican Party, by the Republican Party capitulating almost entirely to it, he rode that as a vehicle to the pinnacle of American power.
But something happened in those debates in 2016 in the Republican Party and resulted in him blowing away the opposition through whatever you want to call the primary system, Democratic means, semi-democratic means. Why?
Because of the power of the message. I mean, I know I'm a little bit of a broken record here, but I feel like the thing that we're not contending with is why people like the idea of this simple solution. Why is the idea of winning permanently so much more attractive to us as Americans than being engaged in the beautiful, contentious struggle of democracy, which never ends and never has a permanent winner? That's the story that we're in the middle of. And, you know, not being good at contending with this type of an opponent in the political field is a political problem. Having 16 different guys who all kind of looked the same if you squinted running against Donald Trump, who looked very different, was probably not an awesome strategy for the Republican Party in 2016. But there have been demagogues, or would-be demagogues, who have risen, you know, to X height in American power in the past, but they've usually been gatekeeped out of the top job. And that's not happening with this Republican Party.
You say in the book that there are 4 things to watch for in this struggle, in this desire to destroy democracy. The first is voting. The second is scapegoating. Third is violence. The fourth is disinformation or attacks on the truth. That sounds fairly familiar.
Yeah.
Can you address that as a coherent strategy?
Well, there are people who are lifelong scholars of democracy and authoritarian movements who are better at this than me. This is sort of my personal cheat sheet in terms of what you look for in a democracy that's in trouble. And the first is whether there is, whether the polity, whether the group of people who's supposed to be voting to determine the future of the democratic country can have faith in our democratic system, and whether they do have it, whether it's appropriate to have it. Are people, A, voting? Are their votes being counted as they were cast? And 2, do people believe that elections are real and that that's the way that we make decisions in this country? That's the first thing to watch for, is the sort of wobbliness around the technical processes of democracy. Second thing to watch for is violence making its way into the political sphere, when you start to see different political factions have paramilitary units, when people are afraid to do normal political things like vote or like demonstrate peacefully or work as a poll worker because they're afraid of violence. The third is when you see scapegoating. There's almost always, 99.9% of the time, there is an element of anti-Semitism that goes with it. But with or without anti-Semitism, it is the identification of an enemy that is the explanation for all things that are wrong. Have you noticed in the campaign right now, no matter what you ask Trump, the answer is immigrants? How will you pay for childcare? Immigrants. You know, what will you do about Ukraine? Immigrants. When you come up with a scapegoated population, usually a disfavored or minority population, that can be used as the shorthand answer for anything that's wrong, that's a warning sign. But then the last is this idea that, and this is the part that sounds really woo-woo, but I think it is not woo-woo, I assert, which is the idea that journalists, scientists, and people who bring you factual information are enemies, and that there are no real facts and you can't trust them. And I know that sounds woo-woo, I know that sounds like psychology, where the other things sound like politics, but the way that works really functionally is if you don't believe that there's any knowable facts and that you have access to factual information, what do you go on instead? You go with your gut. Or you go with those you trust. The leader will tell you what to think. how to react, how to feel, and just go with it because there's no way to check what he's saying. And when you see all of those four sort of cornerstones of democracy, you see any one of them getting wobbly, you should worry. When all four of them start wobbling, your democracy is at risk of coming to an end. And we have a really old democracy. And we're going to have to make a hard decision about it right now.
You referenced billionaires earlier. The richest person in the country, I think the richest person in the world, Elon Musk, has already established his bona fides within MAGA, jumping up in the air, contributing tens of millions of dollars. The other day, I think is the second wealthiest person in the country and in the world, Jeff Bezos decided it would not be a good idea for the Washington Post, which he owns, to publish a endorsement essay, which no one had any illusions about. Endorsement essays rarely, whether we publish them or anybody else, hardly sway tens of millions of voters, but they're a means of providing a cogent case one way or another, whether it's about incipient fascism or about the issues themselves. Jeff Bezos said no to the paper. What does that portend, not just for the Washington Post, but for the country, should Donald Trump win?
I think if the plan is to count on the benevolence and wisdom and courage of billionaires, that's a bad plan. I think it's a bad plan for any industry. I think it's a really bad plan for any country. Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff that I've worked on in the past year or so, some of the interviews and stuff that I've done, I just think about a person like Lev Parnas, right? Or a person like Stormy Daniels, or a person like Cassidy Hutchinson, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss in Pennsylvania. I think about people like that, Americans like that, who have nothing and who have no institution behind them and who have no one supporting them, no one backing them up. They do not have bodyguards, they do not have protection, they do not have money. And I think about those people standing up and saying, this is a truth that I know and that you all ought to hear about, and Trump and his movement are going to be very angry for me to be sharing this, but you need to know. And I think about the bravery of those people, of those Americans, and then you contrast it with Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, these guys who have more than anyone has ever had in history. And they're so afraid. They are so afraid of losing any tiny little bit of what they have that they're willing to take the, being called and being universally recognized as sniveling cowards because they're so afraid that they might lose some of what they got. And, I mean, Trump threatens to put Mark Zuckerberg in prison, and so then Trump's back on Facebook. And Zuckerberg's no longer to do anything that he did before to help in a nonpartisan, technocratic way to help with election access. You see Bezos with his multi-billion-dollar empires of various stripes, whether it's his space thing with or Amazon, or the Amazon cloud stuff, all the contracts. The idea that he might make an enemy of Trump is apparently too much to allow the Washington Post's editorial board to go ahead with their already drafted editorial.
But it's weird, during his first term, possibly only term, the Washington Post was a rigorous newspaper in terms of its reporting.
It still is.
Right, and I feel for its staff. I feel for, of which I was a member for 10 very happy years.
Yeah.
That staff has no control over this.
No, but the thing that I worry about, David, is that one of the things that I've always told myself is that we choose stories from history that are the stories that we need now, because things that we need to relearn or learn for the first time because we need access to it to help us figure out how to move forward now. I also believe that we tell each other stories about morals and character and ethics in order to essentially make sure that we don't fall down on the job, that we hold to our own our own standards on those things. And I feel like, in a 48-hour period, roughly, we had the LA Times, big city newspaper in one of America's great liberal cities in a blue state, and we had the Washington Post, fantastic, world-class newspaper in Washington, D.C., in the heart of American democracy. And then we had the U.S. Naval Academy, within 24 hours of those decisions, cancel a speech by Ruth Ben-Ghiat, who's a historian who focuses on authoritarianism and strongmen, who canceled a speech by her after political pressure by a Republican member of Congress. And the reason that I find that so unsettling is because the pinnacles of the American journalism and the U.S. military are both institutions that are very strong, very influential, and very, very self-consciously proud of their patriotism and their independence and their courage and their willingness to speak truth to power. And it is part of the culture of those institutions that is part of their honor and their nobility, and it's the way they talk about themselves. And so for them to fold in anticipation of Trump resuming power makes me worry about the strength of any of our institutions, and it makes me wonder about, well, what are you going to do once he's there? This is what you're doing just because he might get there. We told ourselves that our institutions are strong, and we've been complimenting ourselves for a long time about, for example, the independence of the Justice Department from political pressure, right? Read the history of Bill Barr at the Justice Department under Donald Trump. Our institutions are not as strong as we think they are. They're not as strong as they've been saying they are, and it's going to take public pressure to put steel back in their spines.
Absolutely, and what worries me, one of the things that concerns me is that so far the stakes have been rather mild. I mean, the New Yorker published an endorsement essay a month ago. It didn't cost us much. I had no illusions that suddenly Wyoming and Idaho would be sweeping toward the Democratic Party and that they would watch you and read your book and change their minds instantly. It was table stakes compared to so many moral struggles going on. It indicates to fold on that.
Right.
Now you just
it's currying favor is what it is. Right? Because
but it's a mug's game. You're currying favor with a guy who's just going to want more and more and more until you're licking his boots on national television.
Yes. I mean, what you're doing there is you're not saying, wow, the Washington Post is probably going to be in trouble if we publish an endorsement of Trump. What your calculation is there is Trump is going to like the Washington Post if the Washington Post is seen to have pulled its endorsement that was otherwise going to be of Harris. It is trying to say, hey, pick me, boss, I'm on your side. So it's not just trying to avoid punishment. It's seeking favor.
So what do you do if you're a reporter at the Washington Post or you're on the editorial board? What do you do?
I won't give them advice. I mean, we've seen Robert Kagan and Michelle Norris both resign now at the Washington Post. I think people are going to follow their conscience. I think people are also going to try to figure out how they can do the most good going forward, and we all have to. I mean, none of these things are. This isn't a bad fairy tale with an obvious right thing to do, where you just need to follow the path, right?
I guess the question I'm trying to get at is what we can ask of ourselves and what, I hate the term, but ordinary people what can be expected of them. A few weeks ago, the New Yorker published excerpts from the prison diaries of Alexei Navalny.
Yeah.
You interviewed Yulia Navalny just recently. Navalny was already a hero of dissidence and the potential of Russian democracy. He had escaped poisoning and recovered, thankfully, in a German hospital, and could have stayed in Germany, could have visited his daughter at Stanford University where you went, could have had a decent life and still gone on social media and done what he was going to do about, democratic principles about Russia. Instead, he got on an airplane and went back to Moscow knowing full well that the chances of him getting arrested and probably being imprisoned and dying in prison were astronomical. Very few of us can expect that of ourselves, or certainly of our loved ones, or anybody in this auditorium. What can we expect of ourselves? In other words, if Trump wins, and it's not just a kind of shambling, autocratic, postmodern authoritarianism where really not that much gets done, but it's actually the disaster that, I'm afraid I agree with you, that you describe, what can we expect of ourselves? What do you expect of yourself? What should I expect of myself? Rabbi.
Well, what Navalny said, if you were going to boil down Navalny's message to the people of Russia, it was don't be afraid, which is sort of an anodyne expression in the abstract, but when you put it in the context of his biography, when you put it in the context of a man who knew he would be killed, who knew he would never step foot on free soil again once he stepped foot in that airport. And his message to the very end is do not be afraid. That, to me, is a bit of a clarion call, that your fear is not helpful to anyone, and the power of the authoritarian is your fear. It's a conscious choice to not be afraid. And ultimately, these authoritarians, their message is based on a lie, right? Trump is not going to be your protector. The people who make you uncomfortable or disagree with you are not going to disappear. There isn't a secret cabal that we can scapegoat and blame for everything. Immigrants aren't doing something about immigrants, locking up tens of millions of people in camps, is not going to do anything about the price of childcare. If it is going to do something to the price of childcare, it's not going to be what he expects. It's based on a lie. And what Navalny did in his career, the reason that Putin had to kill him, is because he devoted himself to making Putin the right size. The organization that Navalny headed was called the Anti-Corruption Foundation. And what he did is they did investigations and made expose videos showing the just craven gluttony and corruption of Putin and all of his friends, including all the embarrassing stuff, the golden toilets and the sneaker collections and the weird, like, private lagoons and la.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah. And that, to me, that's saying, he's telling people don't be afraid. He's telling people participate in the democratic process. He never wanted to be a symbolic candidate or a token candidate or a protest candidate. Every time Navalny ran for office, he said, I'm running to win because your vote should matter, because we're trying to become a democracy, and so use your vote. Telling people not to be afraid, and then telling them and showing them with his investigative work, showing why you shouldn't be afraid, because these guys are pikers. These guys are just crooks and thieves. And nobody's afraid of crooks and thieves. They're disgusted by them and want them done with. And that psychological message of strength and refusing to play their game, refusing to be afraid, to me is what I've learned from all of those regular Americans I was describing that I've been trying to do projects with and trying to focus on and trying to interview and trying to showcase. We're not gonna be led here by whoever the good version is of Jeff Bezos, right? Or whoever the good version is of Elon Musk. We're gonna be led by regular people, by Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. We're gonna be led by Rusty Bowers. We're gonna be led by Liz Cheney, frankly. By people who are willing to not be afraid and to act on it and to treat these guys with the disdain they deserve. Opposition matters. You know, I'll just say one last example here. You know, one of the things that Republicans really considered earnestly trying to pull off before this election was the Nebraska electoral vote thing. Did you guys follow this? So Nebraska is one of the states, Maine is another, where there's a congressional district where even though the state is red, there's a pretty good chance that that one congressional district can award its singular electoral vote to the Democrats if the Democrats are able to win there. And Republicans thought about trying to get, and actually worked on trying to get Nebraska to drop that, to have it be winner take all, no more single electoral vote from that one Omaha district. No way the Democrats are going to get an electoral vote out of Nebraska. And it was one state senator, a Republican state senator in Nebraska, who said, I'm going to look at this carefully, and I'm going to consider all the options. I'm going to listen to everybody's arguments, and the answer is no. And the answer is no. And I said to my staff at MSNBC, this guy's about to be very famous, and they are going to destroy this guy, and they are going to ride this guy until he gets in, because they've realized that he's the choke point. If they can get him out of the way, they're going to get this thing done. It might be a one electoral vote election. Watch this. And you know what? I was wrong. That guy standing up and saying no, they were like, oh, some resistance. Okay, we'll go elsewhere. Opposition matters. Saying no matters. When the chairwoman of the FCC got up and said, you are not going to take somebody's broadcast license because you don't like that 60 Minutes did an interview with your opponent. No, Florida state government, you are not going to threaten the broadcast licenses of local TV stations for running an advertisement in favor of the abortion rights measure. This is not what the American public airwaves are for. This is wrong. You can't do it. We're not going to let you do it, and you shouldn't be trying. Chairwoman of the FCC basically was exerting zero power there, except she was using the platform and the voice that she had to say no. And pushing back makes a difference. Not all at once, but all of us doing it makes a difference.
Tell me the difference between Nixon and Trump in this. During Watergate, and we know from the Watergate tapes, the White House tapes during the Nixon period, that Nixon railed about taking away the broadcast licenses of various television stations and doing everything it could to shut out the Washington Post, which was afflicting his nights and days. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. And in fact, say what you will, he resigned. This is an entirely different situation, is it not? How does it differ?
It differs, I think, particularly now, more so than it did in 2016, because in 2024, Trump now has a sort of army of people behind him who sees that he's the vehicle for their cause. And so while the diagnosis was in 2016, the reason that Trump between 2016 and 2020 didn't get everything done that he wanted is because he was either too incompetent to get it, or there were sort of adults salted throughout the federal bureaucracy who slow-walked and stopped what he was trying to do. In 2024, famously, we all know that they're going to try to make sure that those speed bumps aren't there for him anymore, that they will both know what he wants to do, have people in place to do it, and they will purge anybody who might be slow-walking or stopping what he wants. But in the person of J.D. Vance, I think you get a pretty big answer to that question, right? So J.D. Vance, I'm a little bit surprised it hasn't had more attention, but he gave a speech recently.
There's a huge profile of him in a certain magazine tomorrow.
Excellent, very good. He gave a speech titled, "Universities Are the Enemy." And he's talked about he's figured out ways, thinks the federal government can righteously seize the endowments of universities with an eye toward shutting down the universities. One of his sort of political mentors, Curtis Yarvin, the guy who says America needs to get over its dictator phobia, he's fantasized publicly about how exciting it's going to be for developers to be handed the campuses of great American universities, because it's really prime real estate in a lot of places. It's going to make for some great condos. Vance has also openly promised that in power, what the Trump movement will do, what the Republicans will do when they're in power, is that they will crush businesses that don't do what they want. He says specifically on the culture war, but he means on everything. And so when you're talking about somebody like Vance saying we need to be more ruthless in the use of power, we need to get way out there, way beyond what conservatives have been willing to do, let's start by seizing the universities and crushing businesses that aren't on our side. I mean, Nixon helming a beast like that, I don't think would have resigned. But that's the movement that has built up over time. All these people who said they hated Trump, they didn't like Trump, Trump was Hitler, Trump was all these terrible things, they're all on board now, not because they think Trump has changed, But because they've changed, they now see that he'll get in and break the system and they can do what they've always wanted to do. He's their vehicle.
You've done a lot of reporting on and commentary on the relationship between, an alleged relationship between Putin and Trump. You look back on that reporting, you look back on the Mueller investigation. How do you see that relationship now? Is it any different than you saw it some years ago?
Not at all. In 2016, Trump's campaign chairman was providing information, non-public, private information, proprietary information from the campaign to a Russian intelligence officer. In 2020, Trump brought in his personal lawyer to work with a man who's now sanctioned as a Russian agent to try to prevent Joe Biden from being his opponent in 2020 for re-election. In 2024, we've got Russia doing more than they've ever done in the election itself to try to help Trump win, just flat out paying pro-Trump influencers and online personalities. The FBI is investigating now this new video that's circulating showing ballots being thrown out in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. FBI is investigating that as a Russian operation. The deep fake videos about Tim Walz abusing a kid in his school and about Kamala Harris having killed somebody or hurt somebody in a hit and run accident. It's all Russia. Russian, the GRU has been paying people who have been making, and Donald Trump Jr. supporting videos that are about what's happening in Ukraine, casting it in such a way that's meant to hurt Harris and help Trump. They're doing more than they've ever done, while we are simultaneously learning that this time it's not the campaign manager, this time it's not his personal lawyer, now it's Donald Trump and Elon Musk who are in regular communication with Putin himself while this is happening. Wall Street Journal reporting on Friday that Musk has specifically been in touch with Putin, but also in touch with the guy who the US government just named as running the Russian influence operations in our election this year. So, you know, is that what they're talking about? I don't know. I don't know what each side is getting out of this, but if you were
clear what Putin would get out of a victory. He'd be left alone on Ukraine.
Well, he'll get his multipolar world. It's bigger than that. I mean, Donald Trump will take the United States one way or another out of NATO. After World War I, we had 20 years, and then we had World War II. NATO has its, you know, good things and bad things, but it has been 80 years since we've had.
He would argue he didn't the first time. He just wanted them to pay up.
Ask John Bolton, right? Mm-hmm. So John Bolton says in his book that that Trump said to him directly, you ready to make history today? We're getting out of NATO today. Mm-hmm. He will get us out of NATO. NATO, arguably, the reason that we haven't had World War III, 80 years after World War II. We will withdraw from the world stage in the way that Trump talks about, which is also what Putin talks about in terms of wanting a multipolar world, one in which the United States doesn't have international sway in the way that we do now. It would be a world in which the dictators of the largest countries are the most important international sort of nodes of influence. It would mean that the invasion of Ukraine is the template, not the exception from what the last 50 years have been like. I think it's lights out for Ukraine. I think it's lights out for Taiwan. But I also think that it's America joining the Axis instead of the Allies. And that's not just Putin being left alone when it comes to Ukraine. It's a whole new world in which the United States isn't, the president of the United States is not the leader of the free world, but the United States is not in the free world. And the free world is no longer leading the globe. And that can be done very quickly, especially if Putin's helping it happen here. And if Putin's on speed dial with both Musk and Trump, I just don't feel like there's a lot of mystery about it. And I'm happy to take on all comers for anybody who's still mad at me about covering this too much.
We might. There is a chance, despite what's transpired in the last 15 minutes, that Kamala Harris wins next. Yeah. I don't say that in a predictive mode, but rather possibly in a religious one.
Yes, Rabbi.
Yeah. Let's say she does, maybe it's by that one district in the Midwest, in Nebraska, whatever it is, let's say she achieves 270 electoral votes. No matter what, it will be extremely close, unless the polls are crazy off. And usually when they're off in recent years, they've been off, well, certainly in presidential elections, they've been off and underselling Trump's support. Let's say she does win, though. Half the country, or just under it, will have been for Trump. Will Trumpism, will the authoritarian impulse, conscious or not, fizzle and go away? Or where does it go? What happens to it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to imagine a post-Trump Republican Party. And it's hard to imagine Mr. Diet Mountain Dew like commanding the same loyalty and excitement as the guys you saw on the subway, what you saw on the subway today with everybody on their way to Madison Square Garden. I don't know. I mean, once you've decided that politics and policy don't really matter, Congress is just there to be worked around, and the sort of whims and impulses of the infallible leader are the way that you're going to sell what you're offering to the American people. It's hard to do that after you lose the guy at the top of your cult of personality. So I don't really know how that's going to go post-Trump.
The Democratic Party's drama in the last 6 months, I think it's fair to say, has been, well, dramatic. That was a great sentence, but you know what I mean.
There have been a lot of feelings.
A lot of those.
Yeah.
And did we do a bad job when it comes to looking square at the aging of Joe Biden? Were we too slow to cover that? Were we complicit in letting that go? Were we wrong in any way? I'm talking about the media, obviously.
I mean, I feel like the operative and most important thing about that as a controversy, as an issue in the moment, was knowing that the choice was President Biden's alone, that nobody else could decide for him that he shouldn't be the candidate. He was going to run for re-election or he wasn't, and it was up to him. And people prevailing upon him that he was not likely to win, people prevailing upon him that he did not look to the world the way he looked to himself when he saw him in the mirror, ultimately made the decision that he did. I don't know that there was anything secret about what was going on with President Biden. Had it been that there was something secretive going on, there would have been investigative journalism about it that blew the story open. Instead, it was just what we all saw at that debate. And, you know, he could see the tape as well as we could see the tape. It was something that unfolded, I think, much more in public than we like to remember.
It's obvious that, I think it's obvious who you're voting for and who you prefer to see win. But how do you assess Kamala Harris as a candidate and as a potential president?
Did anybody here see Michelle Obama's speech last night? I almost feel like did you watch it? Did you see it? Yeah. I almost feel like I don't have anything else to say. That was one of the most affecting speeches and most effective speeches I've ever seen in American politics.
For a person who says she hates politics, she's pretty good at it.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is that she is not giving you slogans, you know what I mean? She is telling you stories that are surprising and detailed and true and emotionally resonant at a level that I almost can't handle. I mean, I was deeply, deeply moved by that speech last night. And I felt like it helped me understand more about what Kamala Harris is doing so right in this campaign. Because at one point, towards the end of Michelle Obama's speech, I actually thought that a chant was going to break out in the room. There was so much call and response, so much audience reaction in that speech because so many people were so moved by what she was saying in that arena in Kalamazoo. But as she got to the end of it, I thought a chant was going to break out that was decency, decency. Talking about how it says something about us as humans to choose decency over cruelty. To recognize your rage, recognize your grievance, but also choose kindness. Choose humanity over scapegoating. And that idea that Harris has not, she is joyful. She has brought a sort of human element and fun and sort of nimbleness back into the campaign, both her and Tim Walz. But she hasn't gotten down in the mud. And she hasn't been cruel. I mean, when he had the weird thing where he was like swaying on stage for 30 minutes or whatever, the social media posting from the Harris campaign after that was, I hope he's okay. Which was hilarious, but which is also a great way to handle that. I do hope he's okay. And I don't wish ill on
I'm calling
anybody.
bullshit on that.
I do. I do. No, I mean, it's not. They want on what Trump is offering is military tribunals headed up by Mike Flynn and then televised executions of the Obamas, right? And the proper response to that is saying, no, you should be the proper response to that is, dude, I hope you're okay. And I really believe that.
Why?
Because you don't need like a lefty authoritarian to fight the fascist. You need democracy to fight the fascist. And that means I don't want J.D. Vance to burn in hell or to be hurt somehow for his desire to seize the endowments of American universities. I want him to make that case to the American public in a democratic context where we all get to decide fairly or not whether that's a good idea.
And lose.
And I want him to lose.
Yeah.
I want him to lose fairly. Mm-hmm. And I think that Kamala Harris is running a campaign that will fairly and democratically and with heart and decency destroy Donald Trump as a political force.
I want to, so you're going to be on an election night panel, and I want to know, and you've done this before, the stakes have been high before, but never so high as now. What are you feeling when you're sitting there with the little magic camera there, and you're surrounded by your colleagues? What's in your, not just your brain, but in your kishkas? How are you processing this, as they now say?
I left my body halfway through the primaries, and I will not rejoin my body until Inauguration Day. So after we get done covering Inauguration Day, I will go home and drink and cry, no matter who wins, because I have been holding my feelings at bay.
I think this whole crowd's going to join
for
you.
months now, yes.
So
Beers at mine.
On election night 2016, and you saw the New York Times needles start to waver, and you're sitting there and you're being a professional. What are you feeling? What were you feeling that night, and to what degree was it similar to what you're forecasting now?
You know, on those election nights, there's just a lot to do, which for me is a blessing. Professionally, there's a lot to keep track of. If I'm on those election nights, if I'm not talking, I'm either listening to somebody else on set talking, or I'm listening to the control room about something technical going on. Like there's too much to do to get upset. The other thing, though, about me, which is just I have a screw loose, is that when I cry, I'm an easy crier, but it's much easier to make me cry about a happy thing than a sad thing. And so, like, I cry when I see people being brave. I cry when, like, I hear the national anthem. I'm just a crier. And not a lot of happy, brave things happen on Election Day. So, yeah, it's mostly work.
But
and that's,
do you
I try
have to
focus
hold
it.
back that emotion?
Yes, But even every time I'm on television, every single time I'm on television, I start to cry. Or something. Because, a puppy ad, the national anthem.
The
look.
AT&T ad, yeah. But if when you're on TV and when you're going to be on an election night, are there things that you feel that you cannot say?
Well, it's not the place to have a lot of emoting, I don't think. I mean, honestly, on election night, we're doing something very different than we do on regular MSNBC Monday nights, for example, which is that you're coming to us for verifiably true information about something that is happening in real time, and you need to be able to trust us. And we're not going to tell you things that are rumors. We are not going to tell you things that are later disproved without us doing a fulsome correction about it. You're coming to us for factual information about a real thing that we all really care about, and you are going to have feelings about it at home, but I am not allowed to have feelings about it on TV. And so I just try to make myself not. Do you seem surprised by this?
No, not at all.
No.
No, but I have the advantage of the wall of prose. There's no camera on me, so if I'm weeping silently at my desk, the reader doesn't see that. A question from the audience: if Trump were to win this upcoming election, and there's many versions of this one, if Trump were to win, what can I, the average citizen, do to help our democracy and institutions hold?
Excellent question. I know that you all have read this book already, but if you have not yet read Tim Snyder's very slim pocketbook on tyranny, it's helpful for thinking about these things. One of the things that I found very helpful in On Tyranny was thinking about the kinds of institutions to which you have connections. So are you a professional person? Are you a psychologist or a member of a union or a doctor or a lawyer? Are you an architect? Are you part of some sort of professional guild that has professional standards? You may not think of yourself as being connected to politics, but upholding professional standards in what you do may ultimately be something that the country needs. And so your vigilance about institutions to which you are connected is important. For example, Donald Trump is the oldest, would be the oldest person ever elected president. He has not released any credible medical information about what's going on with his health. He hasn't released any credible, detailed medical information since when he was president. Doctors should have something to say as a profession about the non-serious, non-detailed, non-medical information that they're trying to pass off as his medical report, which has no equivalence whatsoever to what we've seen about President Biden or Vice President Harris. Just an example. The legal profession, I think, has become much more aware and sort of on guard about what professional standards in the legal profession have to say to lawyers who may be press-ganged into the type of anti-democratic work that characterized the last election and likely this next one. So that's just one way to think about it. I also think if you're a person who's relatively safe and privileged and not going to be in the first wave of people who are in the most trouble, figure out a way to offer some of your political capital, your social capital, to people who are in trouble. Volunteer with immigrant groups. Volunteer for groups that support trans people. Volunteer for people with groups that support members of different religious communities that are going to be targeted. I mean, extending some of your social capital to people who are going to need it can help. And I would also just return to one thing that I said earlier, that just being in opposition, just saying no matters. And it doesn't ever matter one person doing it once, but it's one person doing it once millions of times over that ultimately creates the kind of resistance that gives would-be authoritarians pause sometimes. And so make sure that your voice is in support of your democracy and in support of your country, and use it.
Rachel, before we close, I can't not ask you this question. So do you know what the story on the New Yorker website that's being read the most today?
No.
It's a profile of Rachel Maddow by Janet Malcolm from 2017. 2017, something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is it being?
Because it was put out on the archive newsletter. Nice plug, but there it is.
Wow.
And I have to, and I miss my friend and colleague every day, one of the most extraordinary writers from the magazine who ever was. But I think it's fair to say that not everybody who was profiled by Janet came out of that experience in one piece.
Or at liberty.
Or what was that experience like?
It was like being dissected while being alive. It was living vivisection. Janet Malcolm, God bless her. I miss her terribly. But she is the most intrusive, or she was the most intrusive person I've ever met in my life. I would just making small talk with Janet, and she'd be rebutting me about my own feelings because she could tell that I was saying things that were designed to move the conversation along rather than actually to answer her incredibly intrusive, pressing, none of her business question. Just quietly, and she wasn't, some people would try to leaven that like by being funny or by, no, she didn't, she was just calmly cutting, just quietly, she was a very small person, she'd hold perfectly still
Like
and
like an X-Acto blade.
Yes,
Yeah.
and just relentlessly probe you and hurt you and grab whatever's inside you that you don't want out and then would just pull it out through your neck. And
I'm almost sorry I asked.
yeah, it was very uncomfortable. And one of the things she said to me during those repeated interviews, I did a lot of interviews with her for that, and she was just incredulous that I was not in therapy because she came to believe so deeply in questioning me repeatedly, although I think she believed it instantly with her first question, that I was so damaged that clearly I needed to be working on this. And it haunts me still, but I'm still not in therapy.
Rachel Maddow, thank you.